Darlington Raceway. Today, 43 of NASCAR's best BUSCH Grand National drivers are set to compete for 200 miles on the track too tough to tame. Two-time BUSCH champion Randy LaJoie knows all too well that fame can be fleeting. At one point, you're celebrating on top, but the next, you may be sliding on it. Even champions get no respect. This sport is fierce, fast, and fickle. It can humble you one moment and make you a hero the next. There are magic shoes and magic moments. Constantly infused with youth and spirit, these young gladiators must chase and challenge those with age and experience. The rewards are high, but so are the risks. ESPN Speed World continues our 50th anniversary salute to NASCAR with today's coverage of the BUSCH Grand National Series 16th Annual Diamond Hill Plywood 200. We welcome you to Darlington Raceway, where it is a rather crisp, cool, and windy day here in the sandhills of South Carolina. But perhaps the biggest chill may be down on the starting grid, where some drivers may be trembling at the task which lies ahead.
Experience is everything. Well, except maybe in qualifying. Well, at least yesterday. Sure, we do have two Winston Cup stars on the front row for this BUSCH race. Geoff Burton is the pole sitter, and right next to him, the cagey veteran, Dick Trickle. But of the top 13 qualifiers in this field, only 3 ran all the BUSCH races in 1997. Oh yeah, there are some other Winston Cup stars back there, but basically what you've got today is a lot of inexperience on this racetrack. A lot of eager young students ready to take a test. But coming to Darlington, that's like showing up in school for a quiz and finding out this is the day for the final exam. But at the head of the class, well, it's a surprising student. Randy LaJoie somehow has captured the points lead after struggling through the first few races of this season. Today, he's the champion, facing a lot of young challengers.
Sure that you ever stop going to school when you're racing at a track like Darlington. But for 11 young pupils, they're going to move up from their grade school beginnings and go to the junior high today. That's right, 11 drivers that have never raced on this track. Might sound funny to hear that Earnhardt and Jarrett have never been here before, but I'm talking about Earnhardt Jr. and Jason Jarrett. Hard to imagine that all the drivers competing for Rookie of the Year have never competed here. Blaze Alexander, Matt Hutter, Hank Parker Jr., and lots of others. They will get their final report card after the final race at Homestead in November. But today they're looking for a grade, and they want to complete 147 laps.
And here we're looking at 10 different rookie drivers scheduled to start today and where they will start at today's field. Approximately 25% of this field today are new to this racetrack. Since opening in 1950, this track has taken its toll on drivers and equipment, and this weekend has been no different. We turn back the clock to yesterday. The rookies had a rough ride. World of Outlaws former champion Dave Blaney pounds the wall in his Pontiac. And a third-generation driver named Earnhardt earns his Darlington stripe. And then Mike Cope, a two-time All-Pro champion, shortens his Slim Jim Chevrolet. It has been that tough a day here at Darlington. And then, of course, yesterday in final practice, this group of cars, well, Mark Green took the brunt of that incident. This racetrack indeed deserves respect. Hello, everyone. I'm Jerry Punch, along with two guys whose expertise and opinion I respect tremendously, Benny Parsons and Kyle Petty. And, guys, I'm told that if a driver doesn't respect this place, he's either too numb or too dumb.
You know, when I first started driving on the dirt tracks around Michigan, I couldn't wait to get down south, get to those tracks like Charlotte, Darlington, Atlanta, Daytona. But I tell you what, I got to Darlington in about 2 laps. I was ready to go home.
I tell you what, Benny, I've been coming here since I was a little bitty boy, and I knew when I was 6 or 7 years old, I didn't want any part of Darlington. I watched Richard Petty and David Pearson and those guys. This place was too tough for them. It's definitely going to be too tough for me.
All right, a lot of action to come your way this weekend as the BUSCH cars get ready to roll off for 200 miles. We got more excitement coming your way, Speed World style. Later today, 6:30 Eastern Time, happy hour. Tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, RPM today, followed by at NASCAR today at noon Eastern Time. And then our live flag-to-flag coverage, the 42nd running of the NASCAR Winston Cup Trans-South Financial 400 coming up at 12:30 Eastern Time on ESPN. Back with the starting lineup and the green flag in a moment. Our race analysis today as the field begins to roll here at Darlington, 147 laps. There's a track record for this event. Michael Waltrip won it back in 1992, 138.140 average miles per hour. The fuel window, 65 to 70 laps. Tires may be a factor in the purse, just shy of $450,000.
Today's field, we have 31 Chevrolets, and you see they're leading the Manufacturers Championship by 14 over 4. There are 7 vehicles today, and Pontiac will start 5 cars.
All right, 43 cars will start. Take a look. Jeff Burton, the young man who was so successful here last year, leads them down alongside the veteran Dick Trickle. We told you 43 cars qualified, 49 were here to attempt. That is row 1. Back in row 2, Jeff Purvis driving back for James Finch, and Elliott Sadler, who sat on the pole here last year, still looking for win number 1 in 1997. There's Mark Martin, who's been so successful. And Mark Krogh, one of the young drivers we talked about, who needs to learn a lot today at this racetrack, has a great chance to be able to follow possibly Mark Martin early on. Back in row 4, there is Kevin LePage, so impressive in the Busch Series, even more impressive now in Winston Cup. And Randy LaJoie, you'll hear more about him for the weekend, the 2-time defending series champion, now driving a Winston Cup car on Sundays. Bobby Labonte and Stanton Barrett are make up row 5. As you look at the rest of our starting grid, guys, there are a lot of young drivers we're going to be watching back in the field. And, of course, these guys have a lot to learn here today.
It looks like Jason Keller's having some problems getting his car started. As the cars will go on the front stretch, the wrecker's there to push the car off. Until the brakes are locked up on the car, and it will not roll. So I guess that means the rollback will need to come out. As we continue looking back to the field, Hillen and Mike Dillon in row 10. Let's see Blaze Alexander, Michael Walter in row 11. And Matt Hutter, this is his first trip here. Hank Parker the third, his first trip here. Those guys have been here before, both those fellows, Barrier and Fedewa.
Dad will be working with Fedewa this year,
That's the first time. No, he
and I spoke to him yesterday.
Richard Jackson car.
He
Guys,
will
as you see the
start
rest of our
at
starting
Talladega.
lineup, it is much cooler today, Kyle, than
Let
it
me
has been all
see
week long here.
what-
The cars qualified yesterday. It was
do
breezy,
this
but
and see
my
when
goodness, it's gotten
Talladega
cold.
is.
How will that affect the early
All right,
laps?
we're at
It's hard to
Darlington.
really say. We had so much rain here last night.
got
and
one,
most of the guys tested, but most of these
two,
Busch guys tested last week. The weather was similar to what it is
three,
today, so the guys that tested may have a little bit of advantage, but it's just going to make the racetrack not get slick quite so quick. It's going to get slick, it's going to get greasy, and these guys are going to have their hands full, but maybe
Okay,
with
we
the
only
cool
got 2.
temperatures, it'll be a lot
Let
safer
me see.
when they
We've
first
got the
start.
Coca-Cola.
As we look at the cars that
All right,
did
wait a
not
minute.
qualify
We got
for the
Bristol,
Diamond Hill Plywood
Charlotte.
200, Barfield, Fuller, Patty Louise,
Oh, no,
Jimmy
Bristol,
Foster,
Texas.
Dave Blaney, and Stefani. Now, why does the pace
Hickory.
drop off so rapidly here at
and then Talladega. So we
I
got
think
3
it's a
races
combination of a lot
before
of things. It's
Dad
a
will
combination
be
of where the racetrack is. It's in Darlington, South Carolina, more like the sand hills. You know how the racetrack is so sandy,
with the
it's
Fedewa
so
cars.
gritty, and it lays
3
here.
more races.
And the
So he
surface
might
itself
be
is
still
very
with Kenny
abrasive, and,
Wallace.
you know, you take off and you get 2 or 3 good laps
Or
out
at
of your
least
tires,
helping him out,
and it just
giving
seems
him
to
a
start
hand.
whittling them away little by little. And the speeds can drop off. You know, we've seen guys drop off a second and a half, 2 seconds in a 20 or 30 lap runs, and I think we'll see that today as the pit stops start. The difference between new tires and old tires, and maybe we can focus in on that a little later.
All right, take a look at the NASCAR Busch Series standings, point standings for the
about-
season
let me
after
see.
4 of
I have
31
a
events. This is the
photo.
5th event of the season. Randy LaJoie, a 21-point lead over Buckshot Jones. McLaughlin, Nemechek, Earnhardt Jr., rookie backer. He's actually a rookie in the series back in 5th.
It's
Irvin
actually a
Sadler, Matt
photo of
Kenseth,
my
Mark
son.
Martin, Jason Keller, and Jeff Purvis rounding out the top 10. We'll take a couple extra
In the
laps to let
shop,
the
so-
cars get warmed up and let Jason Keller's car catch back up as he had trouble with the brakes locked up on the start. We'll come back and wait.
It'll kind of give me an idea because the 72 or 74, whatever, Randy LaJoie.
Raceway, Darlington, South Carolina, has gotten even colder for Jason Keller. He
had
His Chevrolet
several
sits on
different
pit
paint
road.
jobs on that
Keller, who
staff
had such a
America.
great beginning in 1998, 9th overall in the points, still looking for a sponsor. And Benny, he sits in the back pits. They're working on the brakes, and you may have just speculated during a commercial what their problem might be.
I don't know if they put on a new master cylinder. Some of the master cylinders have a spring that hold the brake pads out against the rotors. If they did that, then the rotors have locked against the pads have locked against the rotors.
All right, some of our in-car cameras today. The Briggs & Stratton in-car for our defending and two-time series champion Randy LaJoie, who starts back at 8th spot. All right, Kevin LePage, the channel lock machine for Doug Taylor. Good qualifying effort for LePage. He will start in 7th. And on the front row, Dick Trickle, the Snyder National machine, outside row 1. His Chevrolet starting 2nd as they follow the Pontiac Grand Prix. Makes the hard left-hand turn and down pit road. Geoff Burton, 30 years of age, will lead him down. He won here last September. Can he make it 2 in a row as we get set for green at Darlington?
Green flag.
Jeff Purvis on the inside of Dick Trickle. Mark trying to follow.
What a jump on the start by Geoff Burton. He didn't jump the start. He just jumped in the throttle and took off.
And Dick Trickle not able to get up to speed early on as Elliott Sadler goes by. We're riding along with Dick Trickle, and man, it's like he's fighting the thing, Kyle.
He's driving the wheels off of him. Dick got caught a little bit there coming off of turn 2 over there. They got a good run on him down the backstretch. 2 cars got by him. He had to slow down in 1 and 2. And then Elliott Sadler gets by him. So that shows how much traffic is.
I think you see it on the wheel. You just hold up caution flag. A Dick Trickle waves to the cars behind him.
A couple of cars in trouble down up against the wall. One coming down. Then there's the 51 car. That's Jim Bound. And he has some pretty significant contact with the outside wall. Jim had that great run here last year at Darlington in the 88 of Kevin Swantz, the Ryder Truck Chevrolet Monte Carlo, the former Grand Prix World Motorcycle Champion. And apparently his day will be done, Benny, because that's some pretty hard contact.
Yes, very, very hard contact. Let's see if we can see what happened. Going down the corner, and we see Swantz gets in the back of the 51 car. Bound comes back up the hill, gets into the 88 car of Swantz and sent him in the wall, and 63 of Tracy Leslie might have had just a little contact.
Well, here we early on lap number 3, we have our first caution flag of the day involving 3 cars, primarily 2 involved. And of course, Carl Simmons will wave the caution flag while the record crews will come out and attend to those 2 cars. Back with more in a moment. In a hurry. And it did here as we dropped the green flag. And just 3 laps in, well, we're under caution for this.
In turn 3, Jim Bound, the red car, 51, gets tagged behind by Kevin Swantz. As he comes back across the racetrack, knocks the 88 into the wall. The 63 car makes contact. That's Tracy Leslie. Another shot as we see the 88 scrubbing off sheet metals. He goes across the racetrack. Finally, the process has been cleaned up and the signal given to the field. 1 lap to go. Back to green flag racing.
And there's a 77 car, Benny. He was involved and got some sheet metal damage. That's Ed Barrier in the Lear machine. He came on pit road for Jimmy Means and some of the crew to service him, and he will therefore be a lap down and will pull up to the inside for the restart.
Until this year, in the NASCAR BUSCH Series, the lap cars would start on the outside. The Winston Cup cars, they would start on the inside. So they finally decided they would make it uniform and decided to put the BUSCH cars, the lap cars, on the inside, just like their big brothers and sisters, the Winston Cup.
Take a look at some of the guys who are riding on. There's a Briggs & Stratton in-car camera. We'll see if Geoff Burton can get the start as he did at the beginning of this race, if he can pull away as he did from Dick Trickle. He will lead him down as the safety car pulls down. Burton in the track gear car number 9, the Taurus.
Okay, get ready.
about it. After all, they're the ones that makes the rules. You see Randall and Joy trying to make a move on Kevin LePage.
They are battling for 6th and 7th position. Once again, about a 7-car advantage in just a single lap for Geoff Burton.
There's no indication from NASCAR that time, so it was a clean pass by Bob Labonte.
There's the battle for 6th position. LePage in the Channel Lock Chevrolet. LaJoie, the defending series champion. And Kyle, look at Bobby Labonte. He may get past it. He's coming in a hurry.
Bobby Labonte gets around this place. I think that's pretty evident in the way he's run here the last 2 or 3 races. But, you know, they've got their run net worked out, and it's transferred into his Busch Series car. And that car's run strong with him in it and Tony Stewart in it. So they've really had a good year so far.
And Tony Stewart would normally be driving that car, except this weekend he's in Phoenix, Arizona for the Indy Racing League opener. The second race of the season, actually.
All right, one of the drivers involved in the contest of the day is standing by with Ray Dunlap.
Well, it sure is, Doc. You know, Kevin, the season started out so great with that 8th place run at Daytona, but it's kind of been downhill ever since.
It really has. We've struggled in a lot of places, not on the team's behalf, just on my behalf as being a rookie. But I think the Ryder Chevrolet Monte Carlo still going to be a competitive car when we get a bit of experience under our belt.
Next week is Bristol. No experience there. You got another tough road ahead of you.
Yeah, I sure do. So, you know, this whole season's going to be a big learning experience. We hadn't tested at Bristol, so it's going to be kind of like coming here. We're going to have to go and get ready real quick, but we'll try our best.
What happened out on the racetrack?
I just was in behind the 51, and he checked up a little bit. I just couldn't get stopped and tapped him in the back, turned him sideways, and he and I went to the wall together. My fault, no doubt.
Well, guys, we talk about experience all the time, and Kevin got some today at Darlington.
All right, battle for 2nd spot out of turn 4. Let's see if Martin can make the pass. Can't quite do it.
Boy, this is a very narrow, tight racetrack. They built this racetrack in 1950 when the speeds were 90, 100 miles per hour. Now these cars are racing at 150, 60 miles per hour.
And this track can bite you quickly. We'll show you another young driver that had a problem just a couple laps ago. We showed you yesterday. Well, here is J.D. Gibbs, the son of Joe Gibbs, and he gets his Darlington stripe in a hurry.
Mark Martin once again trying to get by the 4-car. Jeff Purvis. This battle is.
I didn't realize JD had driven. A friend of mine said that he had been one of his driving coaches, and I was surprised because I didn't know JD
There's
drove.
Purvis, the 4-car, the Lance Snacks machines. Now LePage looking to the inside, a big trickle down the backstretch.
Tell you what, Cal, if you take that 9-car out of the mix, this is a great race.
It's a great race from second on back. This group right here seems to be running about the same speed, but I'm not so sure that Mark's not a little bit faster than Geoff Purvis.
JD Gibbs, I believe, is
Mark really draws coming out of turn 2 over here, but not quite yet. When Purvis's tires give up a little bit, maybe then.
All right, Jim
the
Battle
uncle
in that
of
first
Ty
incident, and he was
Gibbs.
the,
I'm quite positive that's his uncle,
Let's check in to see
JD.
what happened with Ray Dunlap.
Well, he sure was, Jerry. 1 year ago, Jim, this Darlington track was pretty kind to you.
Yeah,
You had a great run,
I'm
but
quite
out early
positive
today,
that's
what
how it
happened?
is.
Well, we had problems all weekend, and that's why we qualified in the back. And it gets so darn crowded back there. I got hit before the race ever got started. Got hit twice more, and then down here I was trying to get underneath the 29 car, the WCW car. I guess it was Kevin didn't realize I was going to have to check up. He got the back of me real hard and turned me around. Then all heck broke loose. It's one of them racing deals, you know. It gets crowded back there. I hate it though. I don't know when I'll get to run again. Come here hoping to win a race, and I end up going home on the second lap.
Have you looked at the race car? Is it all done for the day?
Yeah, it's done for the day. It's going to need a lot of work.
Tough break for Jim Bound, guys.
Certainly is trying to get his team put back together after a great run up front. Second spot is now Mark Martin.
He's able to get by now. Kyle will see if Mark Martin has something for his teammate, Jeff Burton.
Our summary panel shows you the leader is Geoff Burton. He's led 17 laps. There's been one caution which came out on lap number 3 for 6 laps involving 4 drivers, and the average speed thus far under 100 miles per hour of the caution flag.
Just a moment ago, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Had to start at the very rear of the field. He crashed in practice. There's trying to get by Hank Parker, the third, and a little contact in the corner. Parker did a nice job in saving that car.
Yeah, and Dale Jr. backed off and gave him room to catch the car after he got into him a little bit. You know, Dale Jr. had a really good car in practice. He was about a 12th, 13th, 14th place car speed-wise, and just had that trouble qualifying that we saw at the beginning of the show, and he's having to work his way up through there.
All right, here's a tight pack. That's third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. The 66 car, William Sadler, is fourth. Then comes Trickle in the Snyder Trucking Machine. He is fifth. Kevin LePage, the Channel Lock Chevy, is sixth. LeJohn, the defending champion, is back in seventh spot. Although Mark Martin has gotten by Jeff Purvis, Benny watched the move on LePage inside of Trickle for position. It looks like he has not been able to shave much over the lead that Jeff Burton has.
No, he's still a second and a half behind the leader, Jeff Burton. You see he's been able to pull away a few car lengths from Jeff Purvis. This is Kevin LePage we're riding along with, right behind Elliott Sadler. And I mean right behind him.
All right, exciting action here in the early laps. 20 of 147 laps are complete. Jeff Burton continues to lead. And here's a car making an unscheduled pit stop in the backstretch.
This is Jeff Krogh, the Clearwater Forest Industries automobile, and here's why. He comes off turn 2 a little bit too high, and bam! You see the left front tire smoke just before he got there. He said, whoops, I think we'll hit the wall. And we see the 3 car on the brakes hard, smoking the tires, trying to keep from hitting the 56 car.
Well, a tough break for Jeff Krogh as they try to pull some of the sheet metal out of the right side of that car. That wasn't a strut call. That was more of a dent in the right rear of that one.
That was huge. And you can see how the wall almost seems like it goes away from you, and then all of a sudden it jumps back out in front of you there. And that's where, as Beanie can tell you, and everybody talks about the Darlington stripe. That's the Darlington stripe area right there.
And right now, these guys are getting closer and closer to the leader of Jeff Burton. Between Kevin LePage just got by Elliott Sadler, took over the 4th spot. Right now, Mark Martin is only a half second behind the leader. As a matter of fact, he's right on his bumper as they run across a slow car. And now we see the first 3 cars almost nose to tail.
So Martin, indeed, as Benny said, has reeled in Jeff Burton, and now Jeff Purvis is there. Those are the 3 cars, the left side of your screen. That's 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th on the right side. And these shots courtesy of the fine folks at Pennzoil and our Pennzoil copter cam high above Darlington Raceway, and we'll see what kind of speeds are turning at the line. Who's the quickest? Purvis was pretty quick.
And just keeps on going back. One reason is because these guys are in traffic nose to tail. They're really not able to use the entire racetrack like Mike Dillon is able to, like Michael Walton is able to, and also Matt Kizza, the 3rd fastest lap that time.
Yeah, speeds are going to be very deceiving today. You saw that how big a gap there was between the 1st and the 3rd or 4th place car. They catch 1 lap car, and then suddenly they're nose to tail within a straightaway.
And we have a car spinning. That is Lance Hooper. The WCW machine that will bring out caution for the 2nd time today.
There's another car. I think that's Matt Hutter on the very bottom of the racetrack. Yes, it was a Stanley Tools automobile.
So the rookie Matt Hutter driving for Team 34 Racing, the car that Todd Bodine drove a year ago, finishing 2nd in the points. He looks around, doesn't appear to have touched anything.
Caught up, or you got flat tires.
And that explains what the problem is, flat tires.
Left front tire.
You guys want me to come in this time?
Here's a replay. There we see him going down the corner. Hutter on the inside. Lance Hooper on the outside. Tell you what, trying to go in these turn 1 side by side is very difficult, isn't it, Kyle?
Yep. Very difficult. And I'm going to tell you something. You know, they got down across the flat, especially right there. You run down across the flat a little bit. He got into the 23 car. But if you see that replay again, Jason Jarrett, that's 2 bullets he's dodged here. The first wreck that happened, he was right in the middle of it, did an incredible job of dodging that one. And that one there, incredible job for a rookie at a place like this.
I know he came here to test with his dad, Dale Jarrett.
Get caught up.
And they were...
If I get caught up, we're going to blow your tire.
There's Jason Jarrett in the car number 32 driving for his dad Dale, and watch the white car right side of your screen.
There he is as he goes in the corner. There's a contact between 36 and 23. Both those cars spin. No contact. And the 23 car, I don't think made any contact. Just might have kissed the outside wall ever so gently.
Just barely.
Barely.
All right, second caution flag today coming out on lap 27 involving Lance Hooper and Matt Hunter. Back with more exciting action from Darlington in just a moment. Darlington Raceway by courtesy of the fine folks at Pennzoil and our Pennzoil copter cam flying high above this facility in its 49th year of operation, built back in 1949, opened in 1950. Well, one driver missing here today would be driving the Shell Pontiac. We're talking about 1997 Pep Boys IRL champion Tony Stewart. Now, Bobby Labonte is driving the car today, but where is Tony Stewart? Well, you'll see him tomorrow live at 4 Eastern Time on ABC Sports, the Duraloop 200. From the Valley of the Sun, Tony Stewart, winner of the first IRL race, joins Ari Leyendijk, Scott Sharp, and many, many more tomorrow at 4 Eastern on ABC Sports, the IRL Duraloop 200 on ABC Sports. Now we're under caution, which came out on lap 27, involving two drivers, Lance Hooper and Matt Hunter.
Down the corner, that's Hunter on the inside, the yellow car in the corner, contact, and well, I tell you what, Lance Hooper's lucky he didn't back that thing and shorten it up about 3 feet down in the corner.
It just got hit at just the right place where the speed was the slowest point, entering the corner. They touched. Very, very fortunate, because you know how it is, Vinny. Most of the time when you get sideways here, you end up in the garage area working on it or hauling it home in a truck somewhere.
All right, Matt Hunter has been on and off pit road. Ray Dunlap, what'd they do?
Well, Jerry, the disadvantage for the 36 Stanley Tools team is they had to put on 4 tires because Matt had flat spotted them from spinning there. So one entire set of his tires are gone, and that came at lap 29. Now, you notice all the leaders stayed out there on the racetrack, so Matt Hunter has used up one of his sets of tires before the rest of the field.
And what he's saying is they're only allowed to change the tires
Hold it in, and even hold it in,
3
it comes
times
out.
today.
Been trying to hold it in, it comes out.
So
Okay, just forget about third gear then.
third gear is he does not have third gear, but they're only allowed 3 sets of tires. Yep, everyone else is trying to save these tires as long as possible to have them near the end of the race, not at the very beginning of the race.
Trying to use this to work on this
All
car.
right, still working caution for the second time today, which came out on lap 27. We are at lap 31 of 147 laps, and Geoff Burton has led every single one. We'll be right back. Set for a restart here. Take a look at our field summary. Geoff Burton has led every single lap from the beginning.
And we see on the parentheses on the right side where the driver started. We see McLaughlin started 14th. He's back at 14th. He's the most recent winner in the NASCAR BUSCH Series. As we look at 16 through 30, and we see Jason Jarris moved up 10 spots.
After dodging a couple accidents, see the cars that are a lap down have been involved. There are 33 cars still on the lead lap. We are told that Bobby Hillin has lost 1, maybe 2 cylinders on his machine. So, unfortunately, he'll have a struggle to try to finish the rest of the day as we go back to green flag racing. Restart on lap 34. Up front, teammates for Roush Racing. Geoff Burton in the car number 9 and the Winn-Dixie machine of Mark Martin in second spot as they head out of turn 4.
Folks, that's what about 150, 60 miles per hour looks like as they go by the start-finish line.
And these are the same 2 guys who will start on the front row tomorrow's Trans-South 400 NASCAR Winston Cup event. These teammates in reversed order. Mark Martin is the pole sitter. Geoff Burton will start on the outside of row 1. A little preview of what you're going to see tomorrow. ESPN's live coverage for 400 miles of Winston Cup action.
Blaze Alexander in the 20 car. I saw him on pit road earlier. He's had some problems, so he's a couple of laps down and up battle for the lead. And wow, that didn't take long at all for Mark Martin to drive by and take the lead.
Martin no stranger to victory lane at this racetrack. He has 5 wins in the last 9 Busch races here. His lowest finish in the last 9 starts has been 6th. That's a pretty good record at this tough racetrack, Tom.
Yeah. Forever, I didn't think anybody led at the Martin when we came here for a Busch race. It just seemed like they just took that Michael Waltrip's in the wall there.
Michael having trouble with the Band-Aid forward. Apparently having some contact. Now, Michael had come all the way from 22nd starting spot up to 15th in less than 30 laps, and now he has had some contact with the wall. We are hearing that there may have been a problem with the power steering. We'll have to try to confirm that.
They told us on the last break that he did not have power steering, and he's got more trouble than that now as we see the right front tire is flat, and the caution flag is out.
Boy, look at the right side of that car, Kyle. There's got to be debris on the racetrack.
Yeah, and he hit really hard because you can see how the right front tire is laid in. So it just knocked the A-frame and everything in.
Well, what a tough break for Michael Waltrip, who holds up the record here with that win in 1992 for the fastest 200-mile Busch race ever. But
now that's
it made a great gain.
pancake.
7 spots he had come from the top 15 after just 28 laps. But now his day was over in that Band-Aid Ford.
We saw the reason for the caution flag, that piece of aluminum laying on the racetrack. That would certainly puncture with these tires in a hurry. So NASCAR had no choice except throw the caution, slow the cars down, and send someone out there to pick that piece of aluminum up.
Well, at least Carl Simmons can keep warm today, waving that caution flag on the flag stand. There is the debris that Benny was talking about on the racetrack and the marks on the wall. You always want to leave your mark in racing, but not on the wall at Darlington, South Carolina. Back with more in a moment. The afternoon as the leaders head down pit road. Let's go down to Ray Dunlap.
Well, guys, the 44 car is in. Bobby Labonte's first Busch Grand National race of 1998. They're at the right side right now. They've made a slight chassis adjustment on the track bar. 1 round down and about 2 rounds into the left rear. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Mark Martin on pit road, Randy LaJoie behind him, Elliott Sadler in front of him. They made a chassis adjustment. Now they're putting on the left front tire. Had some trouble on the right rear, but they've gotten around to the left rear. Now it's 4 tires and fuel for these guys with 39 laps on the board. Burton's away, followed by the 44. The 4 sneaks out. Now the 60 and the 74 around the 66. Triple will follow them out, followed by McLaughlin, the 17. 27.9 seconds for Mark Martin. Is that correct?
That's exactly right, Bill. That's 27.9 seconds. Good pit stop for Bobby Labonte's crew. You heard Ray Dunlap talking about all the adjustments they were making on the car. They made both a track bar and a wedge adjustment. Here is Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the back pit.
So going around the left side, we see some damage on the nose, and the jack fell. Oh, man, that's slowing everything down. Watches all those cars go by. Saw the Robert Presley automobile go by. Talking about.
Big dent in the hood of that AC Delco machine. Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes into this race currently 5th overall in the point standings, just 3 points behind Joe Nemechek in 4th spot. Okay, we're under caution for the 3rd time today due to an incident which is already in progress here.
Yeah, hard to tell what might have caused that. There we saw the piece of debris fly off the car that caused the caution flag, and we see all the sparks because the right front tire is flat. Everything, all the chassis, exhaust is dragging the track.
And I mean, he's doing a great job just to get it back up next to the wall and get it out of the way.
He really is. You know, it would be so easy for that car just to go and turn left right in front of all these cars.
Right in front of the whole pack. Look at all these people trying to Jason Jarrett right in the middle of it again. That's 3. He's safe for the rest of the day. He's avoided his 3 wrecks.
Well, guys, Michael Waltrip is definitely done for the day in the Band-Aid car, but earlier he had radioed in and said, you know what? I have no power steering. And that is a big disadvantage at a track like Darlington.
Indeed it is, Ray, but having to fight that race car here, I can't imagine. I haven't been in a race car, but Kyle, you and Benny, I mean, power steering here, obviously having it or not having it, losing it's got to be a major factor.
Losing it is a major factor. If you don't have it to begin with, you don't miss it. You know, it's just like, but it's different than manual steering. Manual steering is hard, but then you put power on it. It's really power assist. It kind of helps you be able to turn it, helps you feel the car. When that goes away, it goes to the other side of manual. it gets twice as hard to drive. And, you know, I said Michael did a great job of controlling that thing. You got to remember.
I've heard in the old days they would cut the power steering belt so they wouldn't be trying to turn all the fluid through the power steering box.
120 or 30 miles an hour.
Back then in the day, we did things like that if the power steering went out.
Getting it out of everybody's way.
Boy, indeed he did. Now, what about Mark Martin's 27-plus second pit stop, Bill Weber? What were they trying to do?
Jerry, they had trouble on the right rear, and here's why. See how these lug nuts are glued on here? Or when they put the right rear tire on Mark Martin's Winn-Dixie Ford, 3 of these lug nuts on that tire that's on the car now fell off. The glue they use, you can see, is yellow, where they've just gone around to the rest of these tires that they have here on pit road and put this additional glue, this dark-colored glue, on these lug nuts to hold them on the place. Now, remember, the Busch race at Las Vegas, Mark Martin had problems with a pit stop there. They just had more problems here at Darlington.
Part of the problem with that sometimes is it's really cold today. They've glued their lug nuts up. Most of the time you glue your lug nuts on your wheels maybe an hour, hour and a half. You don't want it to harden. You just want it to be tacky. You don't want it to be able to knock them off. As cold as it is today, the glue could have hardened a little bit, and when they throw them up there, it knocks them right off.
All right, there's a shot of Jack Roush up on a nice breezy scaffolding where the rest of the spotters are as they are up there talking to his drivers. And one youngster decided that they would just relax a little bit during caution. I'm sure he'll perk right back up when we go back to green flag racing at Darlington in just a moment. 41 laps are complete. Green, there's the Briggs and Stratton in car. Randy LaJoy. Now the Snyder National Trucking in car. Then a Shoemaker on car of Dick Trickle. And Kevin LePage, this channel lock machine.
And Kyle, we talked about Jason Jarrett, how he's missed all these things. Look very right on the screen.
Back to green. Come on, boys, you can do it.
Is one of the fastest cars here, Jeff Burton. What a position for this young man to be in now, Kyle.
No
he's
caution.
He's in a position to learn something right here. I'm sure he's going to learn something when they drop the green flag.
And he is listed in 5th position as we go back to green flag racing. Car number 29, Hermie Sadler leads him down as our leader. It is Sadler, and then Joe Bessie. Tracy Leslie, cars that have pitted earlier as one of the earlier caution flags.
If y'all was watching the cars race from Florence last night. Oh, come on. Oh, somebody hit the wall. There's grease on there. 2 cars.
That's David Green, the 92 that tagged the outside wall. Mike Coach in the
bunch of grease up there. Somebody blew a motor.
In the 80. And they furiously waved the caution flag for the 4th time. At least 4, maybe 5 or 6 cars involved on the restart off of turn 2.
Some heavy damage to Mike Cope's car. Let's see if we can see.
Now, my dad will be with the 33 Feetwood team. He told me Talladega, so he's probably still flying around with Phil Martacci. Whoa, jeez.
Taps the back of the 92 car, heavy in the wall. What happened? The 92 car had slowed because of the crash in front of him, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. not able to slow down enough to avoid running in the back of it. Let's see if we can see what happened at the very beginning.
You know, at this point, your spotters say, back it down, back it down, back it down,
I don't really know. But David Green, the 92 car, was slowing down, Kyle, just to avoid this crash.
Yeah, he was just slowing down to avoid the accident. Dale Jr. didn't see it in time, got in the back of him and spun him. So there's really, and it's just like most Winston Cup wrecks. There's 2 wrecks going on here. One happens up front with the 80 car.
Kevin LePage. How's he going to get through this wreck? Oh.
Boy, dodging a bullet. Kevin LePage dodging the backside of the 33 car. And there is David Green able to get out and walk away, fortunately. Now, he was subbing for Derek Cope, who was supposed to drive the Mac Martin car in selected Busch events in 1998. Cope, of course, injured, bruised up somewhat from that Atlanta accident at Hart, impacted Atlanta 2 weeks ago. And there's what's left of the Slim Jim machine of Mike Cope. A different angle this time.
See, there's another wreck happening up here that we're not seeing in this shot. Dale Jr. gets in the back here, and then they go to the inside. Then these guys, Lyndon Amick and these guys, all go to the inside to try to avoid it. You see Lyndon Amick, here's LePage down here on the inside. He just barely gets by and collects the group of cars right behind them.
Buckshot Jones was did a great job.
You know what sucks right there is Fedewa was clear until that 30 smacked him hard, so
he is second in the point standings, just 21 points behind LaJoie. Here is Tim Fedewa, and there is Mike Cope as he climbs out of the Slim Jim Chevrolet. Been a tough weekend for rookie Mike Cope, a talented young driver. Had an accident yesterday and was slipped into one today here in the early laps. Back with more in just a moment.
It is going to count against him. Now that just kind of goes into the Phil Parsons week. He's had a pretty bad week. Crew Chief Gene Need, who usually works with Phil, has been temporarily suspended. Let's leave it at that for an altercation yesterday in the pits. Gene Need's not working here this weekend. The question is, will he be allowed back in the future? Right now, we just don't know.
Well, apparently some tempers flaring after an incident last week between Phil Parsons and Blaze Alexander. That was at Nashville, Tennessee. Phil's car ended up into the wall up there and about destroyed. And they had
Blaze Alexander will lose his life. I bet he felt like a piece of shit after that, huh? I mean, really, like, race cars wreck, guys.
Some other things forthcoming early in the week.
And a battle for the lead.
Life's easier when you realize that. Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's somebody else.
That's one reason they're up here, and we see the 23 car, Lance Hooper, trying to get his lap back.
Wicked sucks when you wreck, but, I mean,
I mentioned the car
race cars wreck.
Kevin LePage came in and changed tires, and Jason Jarrett had a flat front tire. He came in and changed that tire during the caution a moment ago. So he had been shown in 5th position. That's why he is not now being shown among the top 5.
The 4th car in line is Tracy Leslie. He is currently running in 3rd spot. Mark Green, the 37 car, was in 4th place, but now he's been moved back as Bobby Labonte and Geoff Burton fighting their way to the front.
I told you the 40 car was back there. He had made a pit stop. Back in heavy traffic. That's Kevin LePage. There's some heavy traffic back there in the 64 car. Dick Trickle involved. He is being shown back in 10th position. Mike McLaughlin, last week's winner.
Kevin LePage and the 32 of Jason Jarrett made some pit stop on this last caution flag as we see LePage trying his best to find his way back through this. He was able to get by Dale Earnhardt Jr. And LePage was in just a few laps ago. Why was he back in this time, Bill Weber?
Well, Betty, they put on those four tires and then went back out. And then when that big caution happened on the back stretch, Kevin had to get on the brakes. He flat spotted his new tires. So he had to come in, take off those, even though they just had a few laps on them, and put on his 2nd set. So now he's only got 1 set of tires left, and we're only 56 laps in.
Wow. Well, that hurts to lose a set of tires that quickly. You see him using hand signals. Kevin LePage waving the cars behind him as he rides on the bumper of the Luxair Chevy of Glenn Allen Jr., the 1996 Busch Series Rookie of the Year.
He's got Stanton Barrett right directly on the outside of him, and Kevin wisely decided to back off a little bit and let Stanton Barrett go rather than try to make 2 abreast to turn 2.
It was a challenge for 3rd position back there. The 44 car, that's a Pontiac of Bobby Labonte. The 23 car, remember, he was on the tail end of the lead lap, has now been put a lap down as the leaders have gone by. And here is
Darlington Busch race is very, very short.
And we see Mark Martin. Oh, and we see Andy Santerre.
Andy Santerre can't catch a break, can he? He was like a Busch North superstar.
And so far, no caution flag.
It was really tough for him to make it down here.
Glenn Allen in the 99, the 40 of LePage, the 89 of Stanton Barrett. What a nice job he has done early on.
I'll play the Cup race after because the Busch race is super short. I mean, this would be an hour-long screen, especially with the way I skip through some of the debris cleanup and that type of thing. Oh my God, they're wrecking again, guys. What is up? Okay, everybody, look at nobody's backed off. Everybody's full. Yeah, keep coming, keep coming. I could break the crap out of somebody. Let's go.
Scramble 3 and 4 wide. Back to the start-finish line. Some cars trying to stay on the lead lap. Some trying to get their line right.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Wow.
That used to be the front
Lap
stretch.
60. There.
Wicked
Once
sunburn.
again, Carl
Wicked
Simmons waving the
sunburn.
caution flag for the 5th time
I've
today.
got a forever little
This one
triangle
involves
about
hitting
3
the lead
inches
car.
by 3 inches
Heavy
on my
damage on the 60 car.
V-neck
of
where I
Mark
got
Martin. He was involved.
scorched
Jeff
at
Purvis
this
involved.
track. I put sunscreen
There's
on
63
everywhere
Tracy
else
Leslie.
and missed
Wow.
that one little
That's what I was
spot.
talking about a moment ago
I
when
had
we
a
saw the 23
triangle
car back
blister
up. That's
on
usually
my-
what you see when a car spins
just
going
below
in
my
turn 1
neck,
or turn 3 in Darlington.
where your
They back in
V-neck
the
T
pits,
would
it looks
be.
something like that.
Hard to believe that car is still running. Looks like it's running pretty well, but Kyle, probably the fuel cell pushed up in the back of it.
That's what I was just looking at. I don't know where the fuel cell is.
I know that
it's crushed all the way back to the tail end of the back glass.
if you were
There's no
pitted
tail
on the
end.
front stretch,
That's
you
amazing.
got scorched. And then they switched the front to the back and the back to the
Yeah, there's
front.
the 47
So if you
car. We
pitted
saw
on the back
initially,
stretch,
Benny
you
talked
get
about Andy
scorched.
Santerre.
Andy Santerre,
Like,
we know
the
that
sun
right
just-
front tires flat on
it's
that
just
car
something
by
about the angle
all the sparks that are
and the
flying.
time of year
You
and
saw that a
everything.
moment ago. Yeah, here's what happened with the 63. He goes to the corner. That's Tracy Leslie. And the 4 car, Purvis goes up.
I
Just
joke, I
touches
got
him in
my
the rear. enough to-
Darlington
there,
strap.
put him in the wall. Here comes LaJoy. And Mark Martin, I don't think hit anything, guys.
Mark got into the back of the 64. Mark really didn't hit anything. LaJoy looked like he
Seeing
got
how
into the
they're going to
outside
do
wall,
commercial,
maybe
I
a little
can
bit in the car in
quickly
front
show
of him,
you my Darlington strap.
that was amazing that no more damage.
Well, Bill Weber, Mark
Hi.
Martin's in the pit.
I hadn't had my
Out of the
camera
pits, he
on
got 4 tires,
because
checked
of
the
that,
sheet
but
metal,
let me
cleaned
move
the grill.
this.
He's
Right
back
here,
on the
see this
racetrack. His
one
car looks
little-
remarkably good. Can't say the same
Always
for Jeff
dark
Purvis.
right
These
there.
2 pit
That
stalls in
was
front,
my
he has heavy
Darlington.
damage.
That's
So,
my Darlington
damage for
strap right
Purvis,
there.
but Mark Martin's car is fine. Meanwhile,
It
they
was a
continue to
big
work on the
blister
4 car trying to pull the sheet
from
metal
the
away.
racetrack.
Send the guy underneath the car to check the damage underneath. But Jeff Purvis, who was considered one of the favorites here
So
before this
anyway,
race,
like I was
heavy
saying,
damage. But Martin's car looks
Dad
pretty good, waiting
is
on Randy LaJoy to come down through.
not yet with the Feederwood team.
All right, let's take a look at
He
the
will
race
join them
straight
at
in
Talladega,
from our
which is 3
champions
races
of
away
Randy
from here. I
LaJoy
think
as to
they've
what
got
happened here moments ago.
Texas and
He's following the 4 car of Jeff Purvis.
Bristol,
Wide open in the corner.
one other
165
track in
miles per
between.
hour. Down in the corner.
and then they'll be at Talladega. So at this particular time, Dad was correct when he said Las Vegas, he was with Kenny Wallace, because that's true. Las Vegas was a couple of weeks prior to the Darlington weekend.
See what his car looks like.
And so that all makes sense now when he says, I know I flew with Phil Martacci to Vegas. I'm like, okay.
Please move. There you go.
So that was the beginning of '98. So I knew he
All right,
did
the
not
Snyder
start
National machine is in for Dick
at
Trickle, Dennis
Base
Shoemaker's
Motorsports
car. They're checking over for sheet
at the
metal,
beginning
and
of the
LaJoy is
season.
on pit road, and
But
Bill Weber is
that
there.
totally
Well,
explains
his
everything,
Fiat
like
Chevy's all
why
got all kinds of damage. The front end is bashed in. They had to pull the sheet
he
metal
went to
away so they
base
could fuel
at
the car. They made a
Talladega.
giant tape
Now this is
bandage.
Steve
They're
Bird's
using those on the
team.
back of the car to hold the sheet
Where is
metal on. They're
Birdie
trying
at
to pull
there?
the front sheet metal away so they can get some air to the radiator. They've got the jack
Birdie's
out there
at
to
the
try
right
and
front
help them
corner
out,
walking
but,
around holding on
Randy
to
LaJoy,
the...
who came in here as the
cars
points
in the
leader,
middle, 3 and
has
4.
not led a lap this season. You can hear they tell the driver and the crew where the pace car is so Randy doesn't lose any
holding
more
on to
track
the button
position. But he's
telling
got
him what
heavy,
it is,
heavy
Birdie.
damage, and he's going to have a long afternoon. The Busch Series points leader, 2-time defender.
Cars coming, boys, front straightaway.
He's going to sneak back out, and then he will be back in for more.
Pace car
He's the
come.
defending winner of this race as well, Bill LaJoy. winning
They'll get on the gas.
downhill plywood
This is
200
something I
last
don't see
spring
y'all do
at
too
Darlington
much in
for that
iRacing
starting
is
spot.
watch for the pace car when it gets, you watch a relative and then you go around and you might jump back in and get a few more repairs. Now, in real life, we could do that. Like right now, while he's going around the track, the teams are grabbing any tools they need, the tape, their rivet gun, their sawzalls, you know, anything they're going to need for this particular stop. And a lot of times they'll pull in the beginning just to assess, send them around while the team gathers all the tools, do the repair, and send them back out. It's like, it's fun to me. I don't know, all this stuff. I like that stuff. But anyway, I'm going to go off the camera so I don't have to sit up and I'll be all pretty and everything. But I'll be back. It's a posture thing.
And Bobby Labonte right on the rear deck of Jeff Burton as they look to the inside of Hermie Sadler. And boy, it's awfully narrow up there. Kyle Burton's thinking about it.
It looks like about it. You're watching on TV, and it looks like there's just enough room for 2 cars. When you're out there driving, there's enough room for about a car and a half, and you never know whether you've got room or not.
See Burton able to get position on Hermie Sadler down the back stretch. the front stretch, I should say, takes the position. Bobby Labonte follows him. So they're second and third as they try to run down the leader, Joe Bessie.
81 laps to go. Bessie, Burton, Labonte, Hermie Sadler, and Elliott Sadler. So the Sadler brothers, 4th and 5th.
See Kevin LePage, he goes to the corner and right behind Buckshot Jones and right up on the back bumper.
You know, Joe Bessie ran really well almost everywhere, but he just could never close
Yeah, it really is.
the
It's like
deal,
you
you
get
know,
around
like,
one guy and there's
he
another
got
guy, and
wins,
there's another guy.
one
It's
or
like
two.
small battles that help you win the war.
But
Kevin,
man,
as you said before, came in and got tires.
he
but
ran
stuck out
well.
there in traffic, and he's using up the good out of his tires and not making any
he just
progress.
had
So
like
that's
the
bad
worst
news for
luck.
him right now.
And he's got 89,
Or
79
bad luck
laps
seemed to
go.
find him.
And he cannot change tires. He's used all the tires at NASCAR. Well, I guess he's got one more set of tires.
Should have one set remaining. He is back in 14th position looking at Buckshot Jones, Bayer, Pontiac, as now Jeff Burton begins to close in on Joe Bessie. The summary panel showing you Bessie, the leader, has led 15 laps. There have been 5 caution flights for 30 laps, 5 lead leaders, 4 lead changes. The average speed way down as Jeff Burton goes way down inside of Joe Bessie and will take the lead.
And that's, we put 5 lead changes up there because that was as Jeff Burton retakes the lead again. Bobby Labonte follows. Meanwhile, as he watches, Jeff Purvis is back on the pit road.
Burton the leader, Bobby Labonte subbing for Tony Stewart, who normally drives the Shell Pontiac for Joe Gibbs Racing. There's Tony Stewart out for the second Indy Racing League event of the year. That's coming up in Phoenix. There's the power team machine of Joe Bessie, a winner last year at Dover, Delaware.
You know, they were running second there. Burton and Labonte were running second and third to Bessie, and they were running along at about 157.5. When they got in front of him, they upped the pace to about 159, 2 mile an hour faster. And it's just they've got clear racetrack and they're not running in traffic right now.
There's Mike McLaughlin, the 34 car in the middle of your picture. And the 59 car right behind. Those two guys battled significantly last week at Nashville, Tennessee for the win.
They did. McLaughlin on the inside of Mark Green trying to take the spot away. That would be the 6th position. Able to do it. Preston follows. And Mark Green losing positions hand over fist. Meanwhile, we see Elliott Sadler on the inside of Jeff Grove, the lap car.
That 66 car of Elliott Sadler is in 5th position. There comes the Gould's pump machine, and right behind him, Robert Presley. What a run Presley had last week and is having today. Started 31st, and here at lap 71, he is being shown in 7th and steadily progressing, Benny, toward the front.
Yes, he has a huge jump from 18th to 14th, and another great jump from 14th to 9th in just a few laps. See Matt Kenseth back to that black car behind Preston and Matt Kenseth, the winner at Rockingham.
We hadn't said much about him today, but right behind Kenseth, just coming into your picture, is Kevin Grubb. He's a rookie here. He started 12th and has been hanging around right there, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th, which is pretty impressive for any rookie to come here in from any type of background. But he's a fairly young boy, as you know. He comes here and he's doing a really good job just staying out of trouble and running his own race.
Our field summary showing you points as of now where they would be. Of course, Joey had a 21-point lead over Buckshot Jones, and as you saw a moment ago, Mike McLaughlin would be the point leader in the points as of now category. Our field summary based on where they're racing right now on the racetrack.
Vita was 16th in points going into Darlington, so we need to see where he ends up if he moves up after Dad joins the team.
Of Jeff Grove, we'll see once they get Here comes Kevin LePage.
Manufacturers battle as of now. Chevrolet, Ford, and Pontiac in that order. And the rookie points as they came in. Andy Santerre was leading the points. He's already had trouble with the outside wall, apparently cutting a tire. That's where they're running at the current time here at Darlington Raceway. 71 laps to go. Burton, Labonte, Bessie, and the brothers Sadler in the top 5.
Well, look at that line, the difference in lines that they're running through. Just the experience that Kevin LePage has at this racetrack told him the line he needs to run. And if we follow that a little bit, we can see how much more power down the straightaway that he would have had than those other 2 cars running very low through 1 and 2.
Well, Geoff Burton trying to pick up his first win in Busch Series competition in 1998. He's dominated a couple wins, but has yet to win. Back with...
You know, when you're traveling, you look for things you know. That's why it's always so good to see the Howard Johnson sign. And with Howard Johnson Super Miles, earn free hotel stays, car.
All right, from the channel lock in car of Kevin LePage, let's see what he saw as he tries to avoid Joe Bessie.
Looks like there was caution under the yellow.
He turns left, it comes
oh.
And there it is. And he hits it with the front. It goes all the way down the side. And there's not a lot he could do. He made a decision. Once you make a decision left or right, you just kind of stick with it.
Well, there's what's left of the power team Chevrolet of Joe Bessie. As you heard Kyle Petty say, he took a provisional start and was running in the top 5.
Swear to God, that kid's luck, man. If there's a wreck, he's going to find it.
Made all these pit stops. Bill Weber, what happened during this race of pit stops?
Well, first of all, for Geoff Burton, he's a little tight in the middle of the turns, but they opted to make no adjustments, so he got 4 tires and fuel. He has 1 set left. Dick Trickle came in and got his final set of tires, so he's out of sets. Elliott Sadler came down pit road, no adjustments, 4 sets of tires. He's also a little tight. Elliott also has 1 set of tires left. One car that
Randy LaJoy has got a bunch of damage. You can see they're fixing that nose.
Bobby Leslie knows he only has 1 set left. The
They'll
other
be
contenders
last
have a set
out.
of tires left, so he had to hold back. So Mark will be on older tires. The guys chasing him got fresher tires during that pit stop.
Well, what about Randy LaJoy? Well, he came down pit road also up in the pits as they were putting some tape on the front of his car, number 74, heavily damaged in an incident just a while ago. There's Lance Hooper in the WCW car right in front of him. You see out the Briggs and Stratton in-car camera. There's LaJoy.
There's the second place car of Geoff Burton. But Mark Martin pitted just about 20 laps ago. Remember the crash involving Randy LaJoy and Jeff Purvis? Mark Martin pitted after that during that caution period.
And points as of now, LaJoy would drop to 4th position from the lead coming into this event here, the 5th race of the year. McLaughlin, by virtue of the great win last week at Nashville and a good run today, will take over the point lead. Points are awarded as of now.
Green flag is back out. The 9-car Burton on fresh tires. Mark on old tires. How long can Mark Martin stay in the lead? Probably not too long. That's about as long as he can stay in the lead for half lap.
Mark is pulling over Kyle and letting his teammate go by.
Yeah, and he's on old tires. On older tires, it's really tough to go through turns 1 and 2 down here wide open. On new tires, it's going to stick for about 3 laps. It's really good. See right here the 9 car and the 44 car on new tires, how good cars really react to new tires versus old tires. Mark's on older tires and they pull it out probably a 15 or 20 car lead.
And if you missed it, what Bill Weber was saying a moment ago was the reason the 60 car did not pit is Bobby Leslie, his crew chief, only has 1 set of tires remaining. And as of right there are 57 laps to go. And Leslie Benny would like to save those tires closer toward the end of the race.
Well, because his competitors have 1 more set of tires, so they've all got to have the same tires on the same amount of laps on their tires to have a chance to beat each other.
There's Elliott Sadler, the Bob Martin Chevrolet, Gary Bechtel on the machine.
That worked for Gary Bechtel's team back in 95, I want to say. Oh, jeez.
Another incident, the 89 car, Stanton Barrett.
It was with Steve Grissom.
Mark Krogh in the 56, and We are hearing from spotters that Jason Jarrett may have dodged the 4th accident of the day.
Holy smokes.
There's the 56 car getting refired. Heavy damage on the back of that Clearwater Chevrolet for Geoff Crow.
You know, earlier in the day, he got into the wall coming out of turn 4, and it's hard as a lap car here to stay out of the way all day long. It's tough, so you don't know what happened yet in this accident. But, once something happens to your car, it's bad enough to run this place when your car drives good. When you've already been in the wall 2 or 3
Stanton
times,
Barrett, he's a
tough.
stunt driver. I wonder if he did any driving for the newer
the top 10. Let's see if we can see what happened.
Days of
Never
Thunder
see Stanton Barrett, the white
movie
the
they make.
the very left part of your screen.
I like to study
Stanton
that.
Barrett
Once
goes
it
down
gets
the corner,
settled
Geoff
in North
drove the yellow
Carolina,
car.
I'll get to study
And
a
just
little
like
bit
always, they're gonna make contact
more
going
of
down
that,
the corner.
like
Spins
movie,
up,
and see if I can
right in
find
front
some
of
scene
Stanton
locations
Barrett, no
and
place to
stuff.
go. And all the other guys. And Jason Jarrett, whoa! He barely got through that one now. But it was a field goal. It was good for 3 points.
That's twice he's split them. Twice he's split an accident like that. He's done an incredible job today.
Kevin LePage will see what he sees out his windshield of the Channel Lock Chevrolet. A bunch of smoke.
Grab a gear. Get shit and get.
We have one more angle as we see the 56 car Pro up the hill, bang in the wall.
So
bam,
my
89
racing
Indians up.
schedule
Watch
at this
white
point
car.
is to continue trying to do daily streams, even if they're small,
Just misses both cars.
and
Just the way
even
his
if they're
daddy and his granddaddy
like
taught him.
just an update on what's going on in the racing world, might do that. But
watching all those, his dad watching from the top of one of the
when I
trucks,
get
and
up
there's a guy that
to North Carolina, I'll have time to sort my pictures and things like that, and get a few more history type.
Gotta have a warm feeling inside because that's his boy right there, Jason Jarrett, who's dodged 4 major incidents and hasn't put a scratch on
kind
his
of
car yet.
program scripts or whatever, to be able to give you kind of that kind of background.
Now, Mark Martin's having a very good run. In fact, he
Like
just
the
told
old
his car
tracks
owner,
I used
Jack
to go
Roush,
to
even on
as a
old
child
tires, his
and
car is running very well.
stuff
Now, Mark,
like that.
if
I
he has a
have
good
all
day,
of them
he might
saved
have
in
his 6-year-old
playlists,
son,
but
Matt,
not in really
to
any
thank.
organization
On
other than the
Thursday,
few
Matt said
times
to his
I've
dad, Mark,
done
I
a
wanna
little
be
bit with
pit
that.
Stopper. That means he wants to be a member of the pit crew. He wants to be able to come down here, see what's going on, and talk to his dad. Well, his dad got a uniform made for him. He's got a radio working for him today. The only problem is with this headset, Matt's only 6 years old. He can't push this button. He's not strong enough. So they went to Racing Radios, and they got this special radio made with this little button. And now Matt can actually talk to his dad, Mark Martin, during the race. In fact, before the race, he said, "Hi, Daddy, and good luck" to Mark. Now, Mark did tell me before the race started today, he will address the conversation factor as the race goes along. So,
Very
anyway,
cool.
Matt has a radio listening to his dad, and he's able to talk.
My
to him.
dad
That's
built
great.
It
something
is a family affair, Bill. It's
for
a great story.
Mark's son Matt, his go-kart or something, or Legend cars. I don't know if he did them shocks, something, but I remember something Dad telling me about 20 years ago.
Jeff Burton, Bobby Labonte, first and second. There's our AutoZone race recap. Jeff Burton is the leader. He's led 55 of 95, been 8 lead changes, caution flag 7 for 39. Average speed slowed dramatically down to 84.134 mile per hour because of caution.
Here are our lap leaders, Benny. Jeff Burton, who still leads now. Joe Bessie, Hermie Sadler.
Oh yeah, that crash made me lose my train of thought. As far as my racing schedule, I plan to at least try to stream at least a little bit every early morning. And I am still working on the book research, the book writing. Like I said the other day, I have 5 drafts in the works. I have 5 chapters completed. It's all on my Substack. It's just a great app for being able to write and insert pictures or videos or anything. And it's helping me, like, where I could take the document itself and copy and paste it into a manuscript to have it printed. And that is my goal, to have that printed by the first week in October. Like, holy moly. So when I get up there and I want to finish the manuscript, print it out, bring it south when I fly south to accompany my dad up to the Westboro Speedway, Massachusetts reunion the first week in October. So the next 4 weeks are pretty full. I will do like short streams and stuff like that, but I'm pretty much set. I'm gonna get tires on my van today and an oil change and see what next I can get into. If I can get home early enough, I can start doing some edits, so maybe I'll have 10 chapters done by the end of the week, and that would bring me up to 92, and then the 92 through 2000 will take some time, and the IMSA will take some time. So it's gonna be real iffy if I'm gonna make the whole manuscript, but I will at least have a rough copy. It won't be a complete printable version at that point, I'm sure, because that's 4 weeks. Though it's written in my head, putting it down on the
There's the man who came into the day leading the point, Randall Joy.
On the paper, so to speak. It's just everything takes time. It's like the book is written start to finish in my mind already. But it's just getting it down on the paper.
You think about how bad his car's been damaged and how many accidents he's been in. How he had a car up in the middle of his hood almost. He's able to run 7th and 8th place cars.
I'm hoping that the move on Wednesday goes very smooth. It goes A to B. It's so weird to be moving and not packed because everything's in the RV. Like camper here. It's just weird. Like I know I gotta do stuff, but I don't know what. I just get up there safely, get situated, get riding, acclimate my dog and kitty back to their home. Oh, that's what I can play with. Some video from that same yard when my Stella was babysitting another little puppy. She likes dogs and cats. She likes to be very maternal.
Is he fighting that wheel like he did the first lap?
He's fighting it. I was just thinking the same thing. He's fighting that wheel exactly the way he did when he went off in the first corner on the first lap. You know, at the beginning of the race, the tires are a little bit down on pressure, so you get a funny feel in the car, and you really just keep turning the wheel to give yourself a comfort level. Later in the race like this, when the tires are a little bit slick, you do it to keep the car under control. But he's driven this way from the drop of the green flag until right now.
And the car that he's following, Kevin Grubb, is only his 6th NASCAR Busch Series start ever. And he's about to be passed by Dick Trickle.
And that is for 8th position, the youngster and the veteran. Grubb at 17 years of age. 56-year-old Dick Trickle will take the spot away.
But there, Kevin has run enough today that he's learned something. Yeah. When they got to the beginning, end of the front stretch here, Kevin eased up out of it. Let Trickle go ahead and take the line. Didn't try to run too wide going into the first corner. This is the worst corner in any type of Winston Cup racing, or any racetrack we go to try to run too wide is that first corner. So he can come out of here today and say that he definitely learned something that will help him somewhere down the road.
So you're talking about turn 1, which used to be turn 3.
Yeah, whatever. You know, I've been here, like I told you, man, I've been coming here so long. That's always turn 1 and 2, and that's always the other. I'm off on this.
It's amazing when Joy's car is able to run as fast as it is. Look at the damage to the front on it. It's nothing but a shoebox going down the straightaway. We know that he's not very aerodynamic, but he's making up for that with mechanical advantage, with right springs and shocks that Birdie's been able to put on that car today. The crew chief, Steve Bird.
Randy LaJoie, by the way, will be subbing for the injured Ricky Craven in Winston Cup racing tomorrow in the Budweiser Chevrolet. He'll be doing double duty here at Darlington. Back with more in a moment.
I'll play that cup race next, even though it didn't say it in the chat. This is a really short race.
Battle up front, courtesy of the fine folks at Pennzoil and our Pennzoil copter cam.
And Steve Bird is someone I've known my whole life, pretty much. I remember him as a kid. I want to say it was Kenny Bouchard's garage, because we were at Red and White Movers, and there was like the office, and it was after it was kind of redone, and there was a garage right where the office old stairs were. And I remember, I think Kenny Bouchard had some of his race cars in there. I'm thinking maybe one of the Busch North cars or something. Or one of the mods. I can't remember. Anyway, I remember Birdie walking around in that garage when he was like 14 or so. My dad said he was at the racetrack helping him on a car, and he broke his leg when he was like 9 years old. And he caught hell because he wasn't even supposed to be in the pits. And we were joking at coffee the other day that Steve Bird's dad made him an announcer so he wouldn't get involved in racing, because he was 9 years old and he was helping my dad's team. I can't remember if it was Ronnie Bouchard or something like that, and Birdie broke his leg. I think that was at Hudson Speedway, New Hampshire.
Right there for third position, Sadler and Kenseth.
But then Birdie ended up being an announcer at Hudson for a while, and you know, once, I mean, if you're 9 years old and sneaking into the pits to work on cars,
right now, Mark Martin would love to see a caution flag.
It's in your blood.
He's not
you know,
involved in that
I was
flag.
like that 9-year-old wanting to sneak in. I did sneak into one pit with a bunch of friends. We all went to Riverside Park. And it's down by the river, and if you walk down by the river and come back up the hill into the pit area, the little hole in the fence you can crawl through. And I think that was my initiation into the rat pack of mod brats.
That is for 6th spot, Benny.
Old racing was so fun. All the little shenanigans, you know, getting away with something like that as a kid was like a big deal. We didn't do it all the time. I only had snuck in one time, but you know, it's just the thrill of it. Oh, I'm being so bad for racing.
And he's up on top of that steering wheel, just sawing it left and right, and it's really not affecting what the front tires are doing. You know, it's just either his driving style or whatever, because, you know, he's just up on top of the wheel. Like I say, he's just turning left, and then back to the right, and left to the right. His car is really working well. You know, at the beginning of the race, he said his car was tight, and the racetrack may have changed. The racetrack may have come to Dick and come to his car, where his car is just a lot better right now. He's making really good time through the corners.
And there he dives on the inside of Mark Martin. Takes a spot away.
If you listen to the Scene Vault podcasts anytime, and they have 3, I think it's broke down into 3 parts, part 1, 2, 3, of the Duze, D-U-Z-E, and I think his name is Jusnowski or something like that. But anyway, they call it in the Duze. You've got to see that interview. He is a character. I mean, we had people in the pit area. This was just like a mechanic. And sometimes he drove too. But oh my gosh, we should play that sometime of the Duze. I would talk to Steve Burns and Rick Houston. They're the ones that have that podcast and stuff. If I play it, they probably won't zap me. But for the sake of research, just to see what it was like the attitude of the pit area, like all of the things Duze talks about, is so much how it was back in the mid-70s in the pits. I'm talking like maybe 76 to 79 I was in the pit area. Or 76 I would be 15, yeah. I think 15 we could get in the pits. I kept thinking 16, but I think it was younger than that. And just the little shenanigans and stuff. It was so flippin' fun. I can't even explain how fun it was to race back then. And just as a crew member or just a person like me that hung around with the crew because I liked race cars better than other things I guess normal girls my age would be doing. I just loved it. Loved being in it. All the noise and the smell and
subbed back last fall in September here when Dale Earnhardt had to get out
dust
of the street car because of the illness he had here.
The energy. There's so much energy in a race car pit area at these short tracks, you know.
Taught him a lot about Darlington.
All you need to keep talking about miles and seat time. That's what we're talking about. Put some miles
Fun
on this
stuff.
racetrack.
I'm gonna try to, when this thing allows me, I keep wanting to run one of them 1-minute ads that are longer, and then it buys me like 20 minutes that I don't have to have an ad. I learned that.
And Mark Martin in the top 5.
But this here is the Busch race from Darlington. It's just about over, and it's been kind of a crash fest, but it's a short race. And then I'm going to play the Darlington Cup race. And this is 1998. Now, Dad is not with Feedaway yet, but I believe he's still dabbling around helping Newt Moore on Kennedy Wallace's car. Because he said to me in a text this week that he went to Feedaway at Base Motorsports in Talladega, which is like 3 races away chronologically from Darlington. I think they're going to do Bristol, Texas, or Texas, Bristol, and something else. And then Talladega is when he starts with the 33.
Well, Bill, the situation is just about the same for Bobby Labonte. They do have a set of sticker tires here ready to go on, but the only way they would do that is if there's a caution. They will stay out there. They've been running very consistent lap times, and his crew chief, Bryant Frazier, said, look, Bobby, wait till
it's kind of a unique race where there's a lot of kids of drivers in it.
I don't think he's listening to him, Ray, because it looks to me like that looked like a pretty racy move there off turn 4 a moment ago, Kyle.
Yeah, when he got in the corner and the 9 car slipped up a little bit, he looked like he wanted to take advantage of that slip, and he drove right up to his rear bumper coming out of turn 4 on the previous lap.
Good Jason Jarrett.
Laps to go here at Darlington Raceway.
Ron Hutter's kid there.
Plywood 200. Jeff
JD
is dominating
Gibbs.
today. Can he hang on and get his first Busch win? We'll find out in a moment.
I loved it when he triple ran.
Winston Cup veterans attacking this famed racetrack at Darlington, South Carolina. Ford and Pontiac. Ford Taurus for the car number 9, the track gear machine of Jeff Burton. He goes by the J.D. Gibbs car.
That's the son of Joe Gibbs, the owner of Bobby Labonte's NASCAR Winston Cup car.
My friend Lori was J.D. Gibbs' assistant.
Third generation driver.
Ever have seen?
Dale Jarrett and grandson of Nick.
If you've ever seen my green shot here, this is Lori. She's used to travel with me. We both drove to the closer races. And she was J.D. Gibbs' assistant and the team scorer on the weekends. She was from California. She was from Baja Racing out there. She was an interesting kid. She's back out there now, out in California, old like me. And I think she rescues dogs, which makes perfect sense. She had the coolest cat. Looked like it had a tuxedo on, and she was a huge hockey fan of Mario Lemieux. So that was the cat's name, Mario Lemieux.
will make the move and take the lead with 14 laps to go. Pontiac leading at Darlington, the shell colors for Bobby Labonte.
The 44 cars during this weekend by Bobby Labonte. Tony Stewart would normally drive the
That's
car.
a story you wouldn't hear everywhere. That J.D. Gibbs' assistant, Lori, had a cat named Mario Lemieux.
Getting his first Busch Series start of 1998. And Geoff Burton, who has dominated the afternoon, has dominated a couple of events. He led 136 laps at Rockingham, only had problems with a late pit stop and did not win. Bobby Labonte now gets into slower traffic, and Burton pulls right to his rear bumper.
Working traffic in Darlington is so important. Here you are racing for the win, racing with everything you got, and you're catching people, having to put them a lap down, and with 20 or 12 laps to go, you're doing the same thing. They may be racing for 15th or 16th or 21st or 22nd, but they're racing just as hard as these two leaders are.
Just putting Glenn Allen a lap down in the Luxair car. He is back in 20th position.
See Mark Green in front. They would be running the 19th spot.
You know, as we watch the leaders here, Mark Martin, who started this last circuit in 3rd or 4th position on the older tires, has plummeted all the way to 15th position. He's almost 24 seconds behind, which means he's within 6 or 7 seconds of being lapped the way the leaders are running.
And Matt Kenseth just moved into 3rd spot, been able to get by Elliott Sadler.
Well, he is an impressive young talent. He's been signed by Jack Rouse Racing as a test driver. There's Elliott Sadler and Dick Trickle. They are battling for 4th and 5th.
Elliott Sadler goes up the hill. Trickle tries to dive under it. Can't quite make it. Signal being given. 10 laps to go to the field.
Trickle continues to saw that steering wheel, working high, working to the inside. Those marks on the wall tell it all. We are at Darlington with 10 laps to go.
And there's Dale Earnhardt Jr. We saw him crash yesterday trying to attempt to qualify. He is now running in the 12th spot. All these cars battling for position. He's trying to take a little number.
And moves by the veteran Buckshot Jones, a 0-0 Buckshot.
Car down low.
That's Earnhardt Jr.'s spotter telling him that Tim Feeder was damaged cars on the inside.
Here comes Geoff Burton trying to make a run on Bobby Labonte.
Setting up for a shootout at Darlington Raceway. 8 laps to go. A couple of veterans who understand this racetrack. Understand what can happen. And if you don't think things can happen, just take a look at the marks on the wall as they go by. This is Darlington, a track that demands respect.
You see 7 laps to go. Can Geoff Burton use a slow car? That's what he's trying to do right now, is catch Labonte catching a slow car at the wrong place. And there we see Mark Martin direct in front.
Mark Martin's tires gave up. They just absolutely quit. And here he is being lapped. He went from like 4th or 5th about 15 laps ago to being lapped that quick. And that shows you what Darlington can do to you as far as the tires. And they just got caught out on their pit stop sequence.
That'll come 16 cars only on the lead lap. Lyndon Amick, great run for Lyndon Amick in the South Carolina Tourism car. Pontiac in 16th spot, car number 35. There's Bobby Labonte being shown as the leader. 8 career Busch Series wins for Bobby Labonte. His first start in 1998. Tony Stewart normally drives the 44 car. If you heard Benny tell you earlier, you see the move there for position. That is Trickle making a move inside of Elliott Sadler. That is for 4th spot with 5 laps to go. Tony Stewart out in Phoenix to run the Pep Boys Indy Racing League race tomorrow on ABC.
And with 5 laps to go, Mark Martin is on pit road as we see McLaughlin and Robert Presley. Last week at Nashville, it was almost similar to this, but it was for the lead. Today, it's a battle for the 8th spot.
Oh, what a great war these two waged stage last week, as you said, Benny, at the short track in Nashville, Tennessee. Labonte at 152 miles an hour that time by. Burton, Kenseth, Trickle, and Elliott Sadler. Blaze Alexander making a move.
Clear all around you.
Blaze Alexander was a lap down. Remember, he got the lap back and has now fought his way up to the 13th position. Just get it back up, Joe.
Okay, there are the leaders coming by. That's a whole group of cars that are battling for position. With
Okay, 3 to go. Man, sorry, I tried to snooze that.
With 3
I
laps
had
to
to
go,
run
if
to
the
the
pack in front of
ladies'
them
room.
really start to race hard, they'll be a factor. Because as fast as
Coming on
Bobby and
camera
as Geoff
now.
are running, then they'll catch
Hello,
him
good
pretty quick.
morning,
Bobby's
Saturday.
really good by himself on a clear racetrack. In traffic, he has to check up, and it just depends on
Good
how the traffic
day,
plays out. We saw it work to
sunshine.
Bobby's advantage last week, or 2 weeks ago in the Winston Cup race when he caught Dale Jarrett.
Anyway, we're gonna
It could work to his disadvantage today.
watch the Cup race next.
Trickle is taking 3rd spot as you watch us battle the front 2 cars. Trickle, who finished 3rd.
I'm putzing
in both
around
Busch
doing
Series
stuff,
events at
you know,
Darlington last
for the
year.
move and that type of thing.
There are the leaders, Labonte and Burton.
And right in front of the leaders with 1 lap to go, we got some guys that's fighting for position.
Move
Kevin
some
Grubb,
heavy stuff to the
Buckshot
lower
Jones, Brandon
areas.
Amy.
Things
White
like
flag
that.
is out.
Final lap at Darlington, the Diamond Hill Plywood 200 about to be history. Jeff Burton is dominating the day, but it is the Pontiac of Bobby
T-minus
Labonte
4
running up on
days till
slower
the
traffic.
move.
Might be what Jeff Burton, exactly what he's looking for.
And then I got to get settled, turn right around, come back to Florida, and drive up
It's
to
down to just a
Massachusetts
drag
with
race coming
Dad.
out of turn 4 here.
Kevin Grubb on the outside and turn 4. Will it be Bobby Labonte, Jeff Burton? They
With a flyer drive.
half a car length, and Bobby Labonte will take the
There
win.
he goes.
Battle back in the pack for position.
Bobby
This
Labonte
is for
still
8th
dabbles
spot.
in racing.
McLaughlin and
He
Robert
drives them
Presley.
smart mods now and then.
And look at Preston dive in the
Tour
corner.
mags.
Goes up right on the back bumper. Gets so close. McLaughlin off turn 4 for the line. Who's he going to be? McLaughlin.
And Mike McLaughlin will take the spot, finishing 8th. So Bobby Labonte takes the win. Jeff Burton in 2nd spot. Dick Trickle is 3rd. Matt Kenseth 4th. And Elliott Sadler rounding at the top 5. Mike Dillon is 6th. And
I
Herbie
believe
Sadler
98
is
here
7th.
is
Back in a moment.
Kansas kind of rookie year.
Bobby Labonte. Here's Bill Weber.
And Bobby Labonte climbs out of the car, and there goes the Gatorade shower. How about that?
How
Bobby
about that?
Labonte. Coming off the bench, relief at Tony Stewart. That's a pretty decent job for you, kid.
Man, I tell you, this show, Pontiac, we ran good. Derek and I, we were just trying to save our tires, you know, because we knew we had a long ways to go. And we were pretty good, so, and I was saving mine. I thought, well, I'll save mine, I'll be all right. And then when I started to go, it wouldn't go. And then, fortunately, I got him in some traffic and got by him and pressured me a lot after that. But we kept the show, Pontiac, out there out front of him. But I'll tell you, that was pretty awesome. These guys did a great job in the pits. Goodyear had a great
there's
tires.
That's Kathy in the background.
Hey,
Right there with the red hair. She got it all shaggy.
Say a couple things right quick before we leave is I don't usually drive this car, so I don't know what I was going to make, but I'm going to give all the money to Jerome Davis, who was injured in a bull riding accident last week. I don't know the status of the past 3 or 4 days. I've been kind of out of touch. And I want to say hello to Alan and Robin Hayes. He's got Lou Gehrig's disease, and I saw him the other night. He's in the hospital here. So this was for them, and it was a cool deal.
So Bobby Labonte in victory lane, and he shares the honors with his friends.
A kiss from wife Donna there with the family. Bobby Labonte led the last 14 laps. Jeff Burton, 1 win in 2 seconds the last 3 Busch starts here. And Dick Trickle, his 4th consecutive 3rd place finish here at Darlington in Busch Series Racing.
All right, we're gonna close there. Yep, that's Lori. She had a curly hair then, but I saw her have like a shag cut, or what do we call them? Let me see. Get this other race up. Oh, we got you covered. Now I think Dad's still working with Kenny Wallace at this race. Let's unmute it.
Darlington Raceway. It doesn't matter if you drive a Ford, Chevy, or Pontiac, or if your name is Gordon, Wallace, Jarrett, or Labonte. She'll bite you at any moment. Down through the years, her foreboding corners have claimed the best of drivers. The Darlington Stripe is waiting for its next victim today in the Trans-South Financial 400 next.
I'm going to go off this screen again because I'm still putzing, but I'm here on the, and I'm in the chat. Doing research and multitasking.
Live from NASCAR's oldest super
Getting
speedway,
excited.
Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. It's the NASCAR Winston Cup Trans-South Financial 400. It's the 5th race of the 98 season, and coming into this event, Rusty Wallace has a 49-point advantage on his teammate, Jeremy Mayfield, with the defending series champion, Jeff Gordon, in 7th place in the point standings. Here's how they will start today, and notice the top 5 have major hurdles to overcome. Terry Labonte starting 33rd, while Rusty is in the middle of the pack at a track which is always a nemesis.
Racing, like life, is full of hurdles. Ask Rusty Wallace. In the past, he has faced these hurdles alone. Now he shares his past and his passion with the future. Clearing high hurdles with grace and speed requires a perfect stride, especially if you hope to win a championship. With skilled leadership and expert coaching, the intense athlete can see his goal. But sometimes, even the smooth will stumble, and the result can be much more costly than just a single step. It can ruin your day and leave you limping and alone on the desolate track to the Winston Cup Championship. Maybe Rusty Wallace hasn't lost all his races here at Darlington, but he's never won. 0 for 28. In fact, in the last 12 starts here, he has just 2 top 5 finishes. But all those hurdles are history for Rusty. This season, his stride has been nearly perfect, clearing the first 4 hurdles, even his highest one at Daytona. Today, he faces perhaps his toughest. He's the only driver that has finished in the top 5 every race this season. In fact, Rusty has finished 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. Guess what hurdle is next?
This 50th anniversary season will be remembered not just for those who have won, but for some rising young stars. Oh, how well they have run. The eyes of the future have started to hunt. There are old names, but new faces now running up front. The smiles are contagious. The points are well taken. They are winless today, yet their spirits not shaken. With visions of victory, they dream of their fame. It just might happen today at this track, too tough to tame. How truly appropriate is in this golden anniversary season with NASCAR, where we have paused to reflect on special memories and milestones that we could possibly see both a first and a last take place today within the same family. With the impending sale of his team, no doubt this will be Darrell Waltrip's final run as a Winston Cup car owner. However, bolstered by a 7th place qualifying run and an impressive performance in yesterday's happy hour, many believe that today Michael Waltrip, in his 367th start, could get his first Winston Cup points win here today. If the scenarios do unfold, this day will be magical. This day will be memorable. And for the millions watching at home, it will be truly emotional.
A couple of familiar faces will lead the pack to the green flag as Roush Racing teammates Mark Martin and Jeff Burton captured the front row in qualifying on Friday. But a number of the other big-name drivers couldn't find the mechanical balance in qualifying, and as a result, they will be pitting on the backstretch. Among them, Darrell Waltrip, Terry Labonte, Bill Elliott, Ernie Irvin, and second in points, Jeremy Mayfield. They need to find that mechanical balance today, plus have a lot of good luck. Of course, you search for that balance during the race, and when you find it, it can pay off big time, as Jeff Gordon found out in last year's Mountain Dew Southern 500.
You can do it, Jeff. I know you can do it. I'm doing all I can right now to hang on to it. 4 tires, 1 in the panner. 4 tires, 1 in the panner. So I would like to take some of that front spring rubber out of it if we could. Pull left rear off, pull the pin on the sway bar. Take 1 round out of the right rear.
I need to run about 60 laps. We're going 71. Okay, so if I want to go 65, we're still safe. Yeah.
Be smooth. Don't hit the wall with it. If this thing stays straight, they might not be able to make it on gas. Go, 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 go. Dig out hard, hard. Go, 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 go. Attaboy, those last 2 laps were real good. You can do it. I know you can do it. Yeah, we did it. Holy cow.
That, of course, was Jeff Gordon's victory here at Darlington last fall in the Southern 500, where he also won the Winston Million. Now, there were times during the race that Jeff's car wasn't working very well, but the crew worked and worked on it. They finally got it technically balanced, Ned.
And that's what you need to win races. Now, NASCAR works very hard towards trying to get the downforce balance on these cars. Everyone knows that they took cars to the wind tunnel after the Atlanta race and then made a rules change after that. So supposedly the downforce is pretty well equal on these cars. But they can't legislate the mechanical end of things, Benny, and that's the important thing on race day.
That's right. Now, who's going to win the race day? The team that gets the best mechanical balance. And that's springs, shocks, sway bars, and air pressure in the tires. I talked to some of the teams, and they tell me that if you take 1 pound of air out of the right front, all of a sudden, the car will become loose. If you add 1 pound of air to the right front, the car will push. That's how close these cars to being balanced mechanically.
But the other thing that drivers have to worry about, even if they find that right balance, is the track itself. Just when you think everything's going well, the track can grab you and tip your scales toward the garage area. Back at Darlington in a moment. ESPN Speed World coverage of the Trans-South Financial 400 from Darlington is being brought to you by the more than 1,900 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Valvoline Durablend, the #1 selling semi-synthetic motor oil. And by John Deere, who invite you to see the new LT133, the only lawn tractor with a past as bright as its future. And we have some bright sunshine here at Darlington today. We're getting close to the start of the engines and the green flag, but let's go pit side to Jerry Punch.
It is an all Jack Roush front row. Mark Martin on the pole, and Mark's teammate Jeff Burton on the outside of row 1. Frankie Stoddard here trying to get Jeff all buckled in. Jeffrey, last time you were here in this car, you bumped and rubbed, but finished second to Jeff Gordon in September. Can you improve on that today?
Well, we may have to bump and rub a little harder, I guess. That was a great run for us. We're looking to improve on it. Darlington's one of our favorite racetracks, and XI team needs a good, consistent finish, though, today. That's what we're shooting for.
All right, Jeff Burton outside of row 1, looking for a possible good shot at maybe getting his first win here today. Let's go back upstairs.
Getting set for the command to start engines here as the 43 drivers are in their cars getting set to go 293 laps around this 1.3-mile racetrack that make up the Trans-South Financial 400. There you see Terry Labonte.
Gentlemen, with the most exciting words in the world of motorsports, our Grand Marshal, 4-time Super Bowl winner, Terry Bradshaw. All right, let's have a great day, gentlemen.
Terry Bradshaw. He was my favorite quarterback as a kid. Seriously, like, before I even knew the rules of football, I just loved Terry Bradshaw. After that, it was Joe Montana. After that, it was Doug Flutie. And after that, of course, Brady. From New England.
Set for the Trans-South Financial 400. Terry Labonte starting back in the 33rd position.
There's the Square D team now. If Dad's anywhere, he'd be helping out more on that team.
Well, we're pretty good at happy hour time, and I think we're going to be a lot better. We really struggled in qualifying and missed it, but hopefully Terry the hell out of Chevrolet in the front.
Terry Labonte made his first Winston Cup start here many years ago. He is set to roll off from the 33rd starting position as we get set for what should be an extremely exciting race.
As you look to, like, my picture in the welcome, I'm in the chat picture. Next to that's white 87. That's the first Winston Cup car Joe Nemechek, and right next to that, my picture and my dad with the Square D uniform sitting there somewhere. So that's like where he would be, is like in the pit area, like in front of the box, taking notes and stuff.
South Carolina for us to televise the Trans-South Financial 400 for you. These overhead shots. Somewhere up there in the beautiful blue skies, flying the Pennzoil Copter Cam. They'll go 293 laps here today. Dale Earnhardt has a track record. They'll go 48 to 58 laps before they have to change tires, we think, at this point. And the purse is a little over $1.7 million.
As the race progresses on, they should be able to run a little bit longer on the tires. There's the track description. This is 1.366 miles in length. Front stretch, back stretch, same length. Corners are a little different. Running towards bank 25 degrees, 3 and 4, 23 degrees. And the straightaways enough banking for the water to run off.
Let's see if it'll let me run a minute at somewhere where it's not paying, then I can get ahead of it. Is it running me over right now?
In the Darlington races last
sorry.
year. Second row,
Trying
Dale
to
Jarrett,
snooze
last
it.
year's winner, and Dick Trickle. Third
But
row,
anyway,
Kenny
good morning.
Irwin
It's
and
Saturday
Bobby
morning.
Labonte,
I'm
who
just
has
waking
5
up
consecutive
myself.
top 10
So
finishes here.
getting
Starting
the
7th and
day
8th, Michael
started with
Waltrip
some
and
racing
Sterling
at
Martin won
Darlington.
this race in 1995. Back in the 5th row is Ward Burton and Kevin LePage. 6th row, Geoff Bodine and Greg Sachs. In the 7th row, David Green and Rusty Wallace.
In row 8, Rick Mast, John Andretti. In row 9, Robert Presley, Ricky Rudd. In row 10, we find Mike Skinner and Ted Musgrave. In row 11 this afternoon, Johnny Benson and Brett Bodine. In row 12, Randy LaJoy, 7-4 Ricky Craven and Jeff Gordon. Row 13, Jerry Nadeau and Kenny Wallace. And in row 14, Dale Earnhardt and Joe Nemechek.
Now, all drivers from here on back will be pitting on the backstretch. In row 15 is Chad Little and Bill Elliott. Row 16, Derek Cope and Ken Schrader. Row 17, Terry Labonte and Lake Speed. Row 18, Jimmy Spencer and Steve Grissom. Row 19 is Jeremy Mayfield and Bobby Hamilton. Row 20, Ernie Urban and Kyle Petty. Row 21, Todd Bodine and Jeff Green, and Darrell Waltrip bringing up the rear.
The car had 300 on it during the practice and qualifying, but you can't run a 3-digit number for the race, so 17 is on the car again. Here's our onboard cameras. Jerry Nadeau will carry one from the 25th starting position.
Randy LaJoy in the Bud car will also be run along with him. Ricky Rudd, the Tide Ride. He will start in the 18th spot. Rusty Wallace started 14th. Greg Sachs, the Thornapple Valley Ford. And Michael Walter, the Citgo Ford, also carrying a camera today.
And up ahead, you see that the pace car has pulled off the track. The Circuit City onboard camera with Bobby Labonte. And here is the pole sitter, Mark Martin, as he leads them down to the green flag. The
Green flag, Winston Cup, 1998 at Darlington. Everybody's peeking, looking around in the back. Now they're up to speed. Looked like Gordon was already looking to go low.
So far, so good as Dale Jarrett closing right on the back bumper of Mark Martin.
The inside line got off to a better start.
Good morning, Pops.
Jim Burton, who started on the outside pole, was kicked back to
Just
fourth.
getting the day started with a couple races. Since y'all at Darlington, we'll look at some old Darlington. I stayed up and watched the cars race a little bit last night.
Dale Jarrett shoots by Mark Martin in turn 2 on the second lap and takes the lead.
I didn't watch the Pro Late race because I didn't get home in time, so I'll watch that one later.
Important to every driver is to try to do that as early as you can in a race.
Mark Martin led the first lap. Here comes Dale Jarrett on corner number 4. And
Getting excited.
And Jeff Burton taking a look, coming off 4 on the inside of
Lots
Kenny
to do
Irwin, and
today. I
Irwin
gotta
is
get
closing
tires
the
on my
back
car
bumper.
and stuff.
Kenny Irwin, the rookie who
In a little
led
bit.
those
I
laps
think
in
my
the
son's
Atlanta
napping
race a
right
little
now.
less than 2 weeks
He was
ago.
up most of the night. He has insomnia. He'll be up all night and then sleep a little this morning.
We heard Kenny Irwin say that this is a learning experience for him. He's
I
going to
think
take
we gotta
it
go to
really
my
easy.
sister's and fix her AC unit.
Just wants to finish with the car in one piece.
Now, if you believe that,
Well, of course, that is the goal of every driver is to finish the race in one piece because you aren't going to win if you don't do that. But
He installed one yesterday for her, and something to do with the drain. He read it online, has a little issue, so he's going to drill a little drain hole, and it should solve it according to what he's read. And I think Dad is with the 81 here still, and in 3 races he'll be at base full-time with Fedor. And I believe right now Fedor is 16th in the points, and they'll finish out the year in 7th, so he definitely helped them improve.
Last time was way back in 1963. Wow.
This is Bobby Labonte's car. Rusty Wallace right behind Sterling Marlin and David Green. Rusty dives to the inside, takes the spot away. He's going to try to get Sterling Marlin as well.
This is the battle for 12th, but up front we have a battle for the lead as Jeff Burton goes around Dale Jarrett in turn 3.
Got himself a run coming off of turn 2. Got a nose up there. Jarrett back on go without much of a fight.
So just in the first 7 laps of this race, we've already had 3 different leaders.
This was one of the great years because you had Dale Sr. running Cup, you had Dale Jr. running Busch, and if you know like the story, they were, you know, basically getting to know each other better, and it was such a good bonding year for them.
As we go to the top 5, in running order, you look at the speeds and see that the leader running 159 miles per hour. Oh my goodness, look at this group that Jeff Gordon's hung up in. Rick Mast on the outside, cars going by. Ted Musgrave gets by now. Jeff Gordon will get by.
Here comes Kenny Wallace, and in car number 81. That makes the pass too.
Back for about 15th and 16th position. Now a battle for second. Jeff Burton is leader. Mark Martin looked to the inside and decided he wouldn't make a move on Darrell Jarrett, so Martin falls back into 3rd spot. Wall there to the left. There's hardly an inch that doesn't have a black mark on it.
And boy, Mark Martin really gets a good run off of turn 2. Jarrett's car seems to be pushing a little bit coming off of that corner, and Mark really got a run coming off there. Let's see if he can do it coming off of here. Yes, he does. He moves up there. He's going to take a look. And he's up beside of him. He'll have the position going into turn 1.
Indeed, Mark Martin going to 2nd. Jarrett back to 3rd as Jeff Burton has about a 3/4 of a second lead on Martin. Michael Waltrip and Bobby Labonte. This is 8th and 9th.
Michael has moved around Bobby Labonte. Bobby started in the 6th position.
This is looking back from the rear bumper of the Citgo Ford at Bobby Labonte. As he said, that is a 9th place car. Our guys yesterday talking to Michael Waltrip in happy hour. He sure was confident that his car was going to run well today.
His best finish so far in 1998 was in 9th in the Daytona 500. Never won a NASCAR Winston Cup race, has finished 2nd at Pocono back in 1988.
He did win the Winston at Charlotte a couple of years ago. And boy, look at this as Mayfield in the 12 car trying to come up through the field. Joe Nemechek in car number 42 also trying to move up through the field.
Jeremy Mayfield drove in the corner on the apron of the racetrack and made it stick.
Okay.
Wow. That's not
now we'll be at free for at least 15 minutes for them.
Back here is where Jeremy Mayfield has been talking to his team. They were very dissatisfied with their qualifying effort. They had been very fast in practice on Friday. They qualifying, they tried a little something different, and the car skated through turns 1 and 2. They had a problem correcting that, but yesterday in happy hour, they made some few changes to the chassis. They thought that they would have a good day, and right now Jeremy likes the way the car feels. In fact, one of the team members just told me, hey, we're heading to the front.
Well, there he is. Jeremy Mayfield has already moved up to 29th position after starting back in 37. Our leader is Jeff Burton, followed by Dale Jarrett. Kenny Irwin is running third, then Mark Martin and Dick Trickle. That's your top 5 as we have completed 14 of the 293 laps in the Trans-South Financial 400. Jeff Burton leads here at the Trans-South Financial 400 after 19 laps. He has about a lead of 1 1/3 seconds or so. And so far in the first 4 races of 1998, the Fords at least have had a statistical advantage. They have 15 top 5s, have led 63% of the laps, while the Chevys have been in the top 5 3 times and the Pontiacs twice.
The Chevrolet has won twice, and the Pontiac has won once, and the Ford has won 1 time. And that was the guy that won. The Ford that we won, were right along with him, Mark Martin, when he won in Las Vegas. Here comes Jeff Gordon trying to march his way towards the front in his Chevrolet. That takes over the 16th spot. Jeff started back in 24th.
Ted Musgrave there in the 16 car, and David Green. Average finish in this race is a lot worse than it is in the Southern 500, isn't it?
He doesn't fare too well in this race, but boy, he does great in the fall. As a matter of fact, I think he's won about 3 Southern 500s in a row. As Kevin LePage in the 91 car has fallen back a few positions.
Jeff has led or won 4 of the last 5 races here. David Green goes to the inside of Kevin LePage. Here comes Bill Elliott to do the same with Elliott's already showing a donut on the car.
He's gotten close to someone with that McDonald's Ford.
Now this car is being driven today by Randy LaJoy. Ricky Craven will be out of competition for an undetermined amount of time.
Here's trouble. Coming off the turn 4 at the start-finish line is Geoff Bodine.
Geoff Bodine crashing, and the car stopping just short of the start-finish line on the 24th
you want
lap
to
of the
see
race.
something
and the caution
cool?
comes out for the first time. Heavy damage
This
to the
is
front
live
end of the
shot
Phillips
Ponce
Ford.
Inlet, where they used to race on the beach.
He'd gotten up to,
Sunrise
I
today.
believe, 5th place or
Just
6th
just
at the
past
worst, and was
sunrise.
making a pretty good run, and I don't know what happened.
Pretty
here.
cool, ain't it?
Well, the window net is down on
This is
the
where
car,
they
so he
raced.
is
Like,
okay.
if you look at this area and go that way, that's where they raced on the beach. You can see it's low tide.
Let's see if we can see exactly what happened.
So they had
Jeff Bodine as he
to, like,
came off
actually
turn 4.
plan the races around the tide.
He's on the
74 degrees this morning at Ponce Inlet.
As they come off the corner.
I'm going to miss that part on a daily basis, I'll tell you what. But honestly, my expenses living in Florida don't even allow you much gas extra or anything because it's so expensive to live here. That
boom, hitting that inside
even
wall
though
very hard.
the beach is just 5 miles away, you know, I'd have to make sure I'm not needing that gas for a doctor visit or for a grocery visit, you know, groceries or whatever. I was budgeted that tight living here, so I'm going to have a lot more freedom in North Carolina. And I'm looking forward to that peace of mind and living within my means.
Goes down into the inside wall.
There we see Jeff looking over the damage on his car, and the safety crew tell him, let's go take a ride. And there we see all the cars as they follow the pace car. And I would guess that we'll see, yeah, here they all come down pit road.
Yeah, they'll complete 25 laps when they cross the start-finish line this time. But yeah, they want to get those tires off and get some new ones on, make some adjustments.
The 2 will be in our triple split as the pit stops occur here.
But no problem. I'm excited for Meet Two Pops. It's a big freedom when you know that you can pay your bills. And believe me, like, for the last year, it's like when you have 3 bills due, 2 get paid, and then the following month you rotate. It's not like good for your soul and your stress to live like that.
Rusty is out, Garrett is out, DJ will be the first one to the end of pit road, then Jeff Burton, and then Kenny Irwin, then it may be a tie between Trickle and Mike
backstretch. Bill Elliott just now making it to his pit. It'll be a 4-tire change. They're going to make a slight air pressure adjustment in the left rear tire. Bill has already made up about 14 spots in the first 25 laps of this race. He told the team that the car is excellent. But here's the problem. Pitting on the backstretch, he's going to lose a lot of those positions. Even though it's a pretty good pit stop for Elliott, he will win the race on the backstretch.
I think that was Mike Beam's crew. That looked like Mike Beam there.
And we see Mike Skinner coming in the Lowe's Chevrolet. He will change drivers. Morgan Shepherd is scheduled to get in that car. They said that Skinner would run till the first caution. Well, it came fairly early in the race, so he'll get out of it and turn it over to
Beam was a
Morgan
crew
Shepherd.
chief for Ronnie Bouchard.
I believe we'll have to check the record
While
on
Dad
that,
was
but
on the
the
IMSA
reason we
side
stayed
of the
out there was to
Valvoline
get
car.
back,
Mike
at
Beam
front of
was
the pack
running
so that he would be able
the
to come in and change.
Winston Cup side. And I want to say that was late 88.
Hoisted out of the car. They put Morgan Shepherd in. This was the plan.
87,
to go to the first
88,
caution.
89,
Now, the
maybe
team
86
said that
to
Mike
89.
could drive this whole race today, but he would be very sore afterwards. It was not worth the effort, so they got a break with this early caution. They've got Morgan in there. Skinner is helping getting the wheel back on. Get Morgan buckled in. They don't want to lose a lap. So Morgan Shepherd in, Skinner out.
Mike, of course, was injured in an accident at Atlanta. He hasn't broken any bones, but he is very stiff and sore and has turned over the driving chores to Morgan Shepherd, and Morgan goes out onto the racetrack. He's now in command of that number 31 Lowe's Chevy. We'll take a break and be back with more from Darlington, South Carolina. Still under caution at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. Geoff Bodine accident. The 31 car just had a driver's change as Morgan Shepherd went in. Mike Skinner out. Here's Bill.
And Mike Skinner is still sore from that wreck in Atlanta, but right now you're more disappointed than anything else. You've got a really good race car.
I'll tell you, that Lowe's car is really running really good. I hate that we lost all that track position there switching drivers, and man, Richard told me what had happened. He says, you'll get in that car and adrenaline will take over. All the pain will go away. You'll want to race that car. And he was right. I didn't want to get out at all. I know I could have went all day today, but, Bristol's a grueling racetrack. And, we're going to get a few extra days here to heal. And we know we got a good shoe in this 31 car. And maybe he can get Lowe's and Chevrolet a good finish today. I think Morgan will do us a good job. We both ran the same speed in practice yesterday. And, he ran as fast as I did, and he's got more experience than I do. So I think he'll do us a real good job, and sure hated to get out of that darn thing. I ain't getting out next week. See ya. No more.
John Kernan. Jeremy Mayfield had made up a bunch of spots after starting 37th in the race. However, he lost a few of those here on pit road because an air gun had jammed, and they had to use just the one gun. They couldn't bring another one across the wall, so he dropped some spots. Bill Elliott, on the other hand, 17.67 on his pit stop, and I was wrong. He didn't lose that many spots.
Mayfield is back in 29th position, and Elliott now begins from 20th.
Pass to the right only. Pass to the right only.
Green comes out again, and we're back to racing. We were watching Rusty Wallace and wondered whether he would gain any positions on those pit stops. He did gain one, and now is running 7th. Here's how the rest of the top 5 did. Jeff Burton lost a position. Jarrett gained one. Irwin stayed the same. Mark Martin lost 2. Michael Waltrip made a great gain as he picked up 3 positions.
Good pit stop.
And now a bit of a breakaway once again as Jarrett and Burton separate themselves from Irwin, Waltrip, and the others.
Well, Burton really comes off of that turn 2, as we saw earlier. That's where he was gaining.
Battle for the lead. Here comes Burton off turn 4 beside Jarrett. He'll take that spot away.
Burton back in the lead. We saw Jeff Gordon there battling alongside Ward Burton, and Gordon has gone into 11th position. There are battles everywhere around this racetrack.
As we take a look at that's Derek Cope on the inside of Steve Grissom off the corner. Contact, both cars wiggle, but both cars continue on.
Derek Cope is the other.
Oh, I'm back to. I had to grab a water. My animals are starting to stir.
See Rusty Wallace been able to get by Mark Martin, take over the 6th spot.
I'll jump on camera for a minute. Oops, sorry. I just clicked the damn OBS. It'd be better.
In front of him. And Bill Weber is standing by with Geoff Bodine.
The batter Phillips Ford behind the wall. Jeff, what happened?
Well, had a real good car. That's what
crashed
happened.
my Dragon.
That can get you in trouble. We were running really good coming up through traffic, made some good passes. Got under Ward Burton a couple times before that. And that last time in 3 and 4, I was really alongside of him good. And I thought I had him a pass made. I thought he might let me go by because he could see he was holding me up a little bit. But we just touched a little bit off that corner, just racing, and a little touch here can mean a lot.
Someone's wrecking, I heard.
I got down in the
Squeal.
down the lower part of the track.
Maybe not. Maybe it was the air gun.
Kind of like that ever ready bunny, just kept going and going. And I bumped the wall, and we're going to fix it. Try to fix it, get back out, but we're not going to win today.
My ex is still with that team.
Geoff Bodine will
driving his transporter.
You saw that,
I think he will be for a couple of seasons. I also found some videos of where I'm going. Like, that's where Stella lived there for like the first 2 years of her life. Like, she was born in 2019 and we left there in 2020. So her whole baby years were spent at this place. So she's very familiar too. I've got awesome little puppy videos I'll play on my outro today. And that will be actually taken in the yard. Now, the lady that owns the property, she has 2 little dogs too. And I've already told Stella she's going to have 2 little puppy dogs to play with. Now, they may be puppy dogs she met before. I'm not sure if it's this little puppy. Like, this little puppy that will be in the video is a dog that I used to babysit. I used to babysit dogs while people would go to work, or I'd feed horses when they went on vacation, or things like that, because it's a little tiny town and everything's walking distance, and even if you have a car, you don't use it. It's like just so different. I'm super excited about that part.
1 and 2 on the apron, something just broke. It's a front accessory
trying to just
pulley on the
focus
front
on
of
the
engine.
good parts. I mean, there was some problems. With, like I say, the sewer and stuff, and the buildings, and the building codes, and all of that. When Andy Barker died, it was put into the hands of the county. And the county, I mean, this is a big county. It goes all the way down into Race City, USA, and everything, like all the race shops and everything, like, and all the way up in the northern little corner of the county is where we are. And it was a different lifestyle. Like, I have ideas now. I know of a precedent set for, like, I studied the RL history, like back to, like, when they would give people a cabin, and it's established towns with a blacksmith shop and a grain store and a general store, and they would, I think it was something to do with, I want to say Dutch is the community they built, but all the houses, all these people were given cabins, and then eventually the houses grew where they built them around the original cabin. So a lot of these old houses in Ardell County were, the original kitchen is that original cabin, and then the home was built around that. So there's like a lot of historical stuff that happened in that area, and I think that we can get some sort of a waiver on some of the zoning and building codes and stuff based on a historical landmark type thing. But I gotta look into that when I get there too. It's all stuff I want to do to help improve the town, because when I moved there in 2013, it was hustling and bustling, and Andy was alive, and it was all rent. They had their own post office. They had their own jail. I mean, nobody was hardly ever in it unless they were like being rowdy at a bar or something. They would have them sleep it out. It was like a drunk tank almost on Main Street. And now it's a church, like I saw recently on a video. So there's like a whole transition going on, but I want to be able to bring that original vibe into all these new things happening. I want to be able to bring a new vibe kind of to it, but keep the old and not lose that history, because now I'm watching like these different vloggers do reports going through the area and stuff. These different travel vloggers that go all over the country. And they go through the valley and they say all these things, and the facts they're saying aren't really what I know. Like I witnessed or I saw to be true. Like they would say this is this and this is that, and I'm like, well, that's not how that was. And also, when we first started, they had a riding stable that did rent horses and everything like that, because my son worked there, and we all played a part. Like I would dress in long skirts and cowboy boots. And I wasn't a hat person so much, but I would definitely have, like, I have a picture of how I would, like, sometimes dress. Most of the times it was jeans, you know, and a jeans and a t-shirt. But at times we would dress up for different events. Like coming up, when the first event we'll probably witness will be the Halloween parade. And maybe we'll decorate our home in some motif like that. I was thinking we could decorate in some sort of motif.
And here comes the front of the pack. Geoff Burton leading Dale Jarrett by just about 3/4 of a second.
That's the fun thing. Like, I used to train this little Shetland pony, and she pulled the cart. And we did, like, for example, a breast cancer walk, like, parade. Everybody, like, I dressed Dolly all up in, like, pink roses and stuff. She was so cute. Just things like that, you know, it's just small town funky fun, you know, just small town fun. But like I said, a lot of that like went away. That was back in 2013. But all the businesses closed because of all these regulations, particularly with the septic and stuff. They were charging everyone such a high fee as a business owner, and it sank the town. It caused a lot of grief. Oh my goodness, so many business owners were mad and left. So many like argued. So many tried to like help stuff, and it was a fiasco in 2020 when that. But you know, we had COVID and all that. And now that's all over with. Like not over with. You know, it's not deadly as much. We feel pretty confident that everything's getting back to normal up there. But when you have a town of 109 people, and I totally know of at least one that died of COVID, and that just breaks my heart. You know, it's Sam I Am. We call him Sam I Am. The ironic thing is Sam was in his 70s, but he was very physically fit. And when I went there in 2013 stuff, I was a lot younger looking. In the last, like, 10 years I aged. Last time I saw Sam I Am, he said, "Man, you didn't age well." I was like, what the hell? And then he died of COVID, and I just felt so bad. But I'm sure he'll, like, I'll get to just, like, say, okay, somebody else didn't age well either. Poor Sam. But, yeah, the general store, he used to, like, man the general store for Danny. Danny owned it. Danny shut it down, but maybe we can get that going again or something. I mean, I know that the town like really got in the dumps because of all that building code crap, and now it's on the upswing. And because of a precedent set at Turtle Creek up in the mountains of North Carolina, if you heard of Eustace, I think it's Eustace Conway. Anyway, Eustace is his name. And he had an original Iredale historical camp, I guess, up in the mountains, Turtle Creek. Turtle Island Creek, or Turtle Island, something like that. But anyway, it set a precedent that historical buildings don't have to meet building codes in certain circumstances. So I think we can get away with that. If we can bring that precedent into this little town, we can probably save it a little bit better. But we got to keep corporate greedy money out of it, because all these landowners are trying to buy up. In fact, I had a little piece of property there that I leased for a while, and I heard that the owner asked me if I would move out because she had a cash buyer, and I said okay, and my circumstances allowed it. The cash sale never went through. There's some land grabbers and some. This is the whole situation, but I need to check on that property that I used to lease, because I got paperwork that a lawyer wants me to sign off on the property, and oh hell no. Property's valuable, you don't just sign off. So there's a lot of things I need to get back there and handle for business, and there's a lot of things like for Serenity, to live in a town of less than 100 people is pretty cool in the mountains. I'm going to take y'all along. I mean, I do racing and stuff, but I'm not your average old broad. I do a lot of really weird things that are really cool. Like, because it's just... I also found out my landlord, she is into painting again. So that'll jazz me up. I got to do a new painting. I've already got it in my head for Huffman's. I'm going to do a new painting. So.
Yeah, Jeremy's struggling a bit here in the early going.
Anyway, it'll be of that 57 cars deal. And it'll kind of reflect a little of the Trash Pandas history, a little bit of the baseball thingy. So it's already in my mind. I just got to slap it on canvas. But to be honest, like, being here, I've been stagnant. I've been spinning my wheels. And so when you have all that on your mind, it kind of wrecks your creativity. And anyway, I'll be back in the heart of early racing. So I'll be a half hour from Hickory and a half hour from North Wilkesboro and an hour from Charlotte. It's just like so weird. It's so very cool.
The way you'd like it today.
John Curtin has a follow-up on the Derek Cope situation.
Guys, you're not going to believe this, but the vibration that Derek...
I'm going to jump off camera so I don't have to worry about if I'm sniffling, because I'm congested today from moving everything around. I get dust.
And that's something...
I got my inhaler over there.
I've not seen that happen after cars make contact out there. Have you?
No, that's a new one on me as well, John.
But very smart on Derek Cope's part to bring that car in. As soon as he felt that vibration, he would have been hard into the wall before too long had he not.
So anyway, T-minus 4 days. Oh my God. But I'm going to bring up them puppy videos too. You're going to love them.
That team has run so good this year. Just had
wrestling puppies
things
is
like
cute.
this to happen. Well, look at this crowd that
I'll get off the chat. And,
there's Ricky Rudd in the 10 car as he loses a couple of spots.
In 17, and we see Dale Jarrett with all this traffic is closed up right on the back bumper of Jeff Burton.
And Rudd does go a lap down in 36th position. 35 cars remain on the lead lap.
We saw the 31 car, Morgan Shepherd, get lapped a little bit ago. He has just now made a pit stop.
Bill, what's wrong with Ricky Rudd?
Well, Bob, we've been talking about that mechanical advantage. Well, sometimes you're at a disadvantage, and you go ahead and try and work on that, and you're at a further disadvantage. Ricky Rudd was tight. They made a track bar adjustment on his car. It's even tighter. They just put out the pit board. Ricky Rudd will be coming back to pit road.
Pretty obvious that Rudd is not starting off the season nearly as well as he did in 1997. Joe Nemechek is on pit road for a tire change.
These cars have only run about 40 laps since the last on the green flag. And we had hoped, we said it earlier, the pit window was somewhere between 48 and 50. They had hoped to run 50 laps, but there's we see Ricky Rudd coming down pit road.
Jerry Pletch has an update on the 90 car of Dick Trickle. Has dropped back all the way to 25th.
Bob, on lap 25, they made an air pressure adjustment, took some tape off the front grill of the car number 90. He was loose in and tied off. Apparently the car has gotten looser in and tighter coming off. In fact, Dick Trickle just told Tommy Baldwin a moment ago, the car is actually coming off the racetrack. He has lost 19 positions in the last 15 laps. Let's go up to Bill Weber.
Ricky Rudd came in, got 4 tires, went right back out on the racetrack. Again, his car is very tight, unscheduled stop under green for the tie 4.
Bill Engel calling the shots for that team this week.
Ken said Jim Long wasn't down there today, that Engel is the general manager of the team. He's taking over as crew chief this weekend in Long's absence.
There is Darrell Waltrip in the 17 car, just about to go a lap down. Now the man on the move is Jeff Gordon.
He is definitely gaining on the leaders. You know, a moment ago I said he was 12 seconds behind Bob. He's about 8.6 now.
The AutoZone on-track interval will show you how the gap closed up.
And we see Jeff Burton, the leader, on top, and Jeff Gordon at 31.9, 31.6 each and every lap. Jeff Gordon, and look back here at this 33.3 for the leader. That's when he ran in some heavy traffic and lost about 2 seconds to Jeff Gordon.
Now Jeff's going to go through that same traffic in a little bit as soon as he catches up to them.
First 5 races at Darlington. Didn't have a win, didn't have a top 5, only 1 top 10, but in the last 5 races here at Darlington, wow, a whole different story. 4 wins, 5 top 5s, top 10s, and a marked improvement for Jeff Gordon here at Darlington.
We saw him, the leader coming up on him. Boy, he has been racing here. They're fighting for third right here. Kenny Irwin in the 28 car, and Rusty Wallace in the 2 car. Got together there a little bit ago, Bob.
Yeah, almost wrecked. They're battling for 3rd spot.
And DW finally goes a lap down, Ned.
Well, he fought hard there for about 4 or 5 laps and was able to keep Jeff Burton behind him. Now Dale Jarrett goes by. So Darrell Waltrip running
32nd
position. 31 cars now on the lead lap. David Green right in front of the leader there in the last car on the lead lap.
David Green had a great qualifying run in the Caterpillar Chevrolet. Just not able to sustain it as Jeff Burton dives to the inside. Goes by.
Here comes Kenny Irwin and Rusty Wallace as they continue to contest the 3rd spot.
This is about almost 6 seconds behind the leader. We saw Irwin's car wiggle off turn 2 a moment ago. Sign the car's getting a little bit loose.
You'd probably be smart, Denny, just to back off and let Rusty go and not press the issue too much. He knows he has a good, fast race car, but you don't take chances at this point of the race.
Richard Labby took over as crew chief on Kenny Irwin's car before last week. Let's take a break as 72 laps have been completed here at Darlington. Jeff Burton, your leader.
Richard Labby is Slugger Labby. You have heard of him more so that name. And he is from Maine. He came from the Busch North Series and was a crew member, crew chief, that type of thing for most of his career.
Big Darlington stripe.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he did too much damage other than just scrape some paint off.
As long, and we see some smoke coming out the air vent on the right front. That's smoke coming off the brakes, because you do use a lot of brakes here at Darlington.
Clear, you're all clear.
Uh-oh. You see the smoke coming out of that right front? What in the world was, I guess that was as the car started moving, the air went in that vent and blew the smoke out of the right front wheel.
Here's what happened to Jerry Nadeau as we ride along with him.
This is going down to turn 1. He goes in the corner just fine.
Just barely.
That's how you Darlington stripe your car.
I guess the 91 car is also, I don't know what happened to him.
Something happened.
Apparently he spun the car, but
yeah, I believe he might have been trying to come into the pit stop, and maybe.
I think that's a Joe Falk car. My dad started out the season with him with with Mike Wallace in '97. It was a mess anyway. My dad left after like 2 weeks. I think Mike Wallace left after like 6 weeks.
We saw that a moment ago. So Irwin is now back to fifth
But
spot.
they still out there trucking.
Four top 5 finishes this year have resulted in Rusty Wallace being at the top of the point standing. Dick Trickle also passing by Kenny Irwin.
But he has new tires on.
Right.
He made a pit stop a little bit ago, and boy, does that make a great difference. Greg Sachs coming into the pits now.
Trickle is 2 laps down in 30th position. Go Ever.
Well, Kevin LePage is on pit road. The pit board had been out for about 2 or 3 laps when he tried to make it to the pits. He's now making a green flag stop, taking a long time on the right rear tire, make a huge track bar adjustment in the right rear of the car. Now they'll come around and put on 2 more tires on the left side. A great qualifying run for this unsponsored Chevy, but disappointment here in the early laps of the Trans-South 400. Kevin LePage heads back out.
Indeed, LePage began from the 10th starting position, his best start in the NASCAR Winston Cup race.
So Greg Sachs leaving pit road. There he is. The Thornapple Valley car. This is Cale Yarborough's car. Cale was from nearby Tennessee, South Carolina.
Meanwhile, up front, it's still Geoff Burton showing the way. About a half-second lead, about 3/4 of a second lead now on Dale Jarrett, who won this race here at Darlington a year ago.
And Jeff Gordon is now a little over 9 seconds behind the leader. So he has lost about a second in the last few laps.
Yes, he showed the graphic of his move up through there, but we said that he'd have to go through some of that same traffic that the leaders had gone through that allowed him to catch up.
Bill Elliott comes in as John Vernon tells us what's going on.
Elliott comes in for a 4-tire change.
Boy, everybody's got hot brakes.
Make the chassis adjustment there. Right side's going on. Bill, overall, fairly pleased with the way the car has been running today. Swinging around to the left side, they'll take those tires off. And this is what they want to see. They want to see all their pit stops to come under the green flag. But oh no, apparently they didn't get some lug nuts tightened. Elliott, they dropped the jack to send him on his way. And the jack was on top of the air hose was the problem there. They couldn't get the gun over, so they did not change that. Now they will change that left front tire. Oh, my goodness. What a problem. What a heartbreaker for Bill Elliott.
Boy, well, that cost him a lot of track position.
He's going to go a lap down. If all these leaders make green flag, pit stops, what have you, that will cost him probably a lap to the leaders.
Tough break for Bill Elliott, who has won 5 times at this racetrack, twice in this race, and 3 times he has checkered the Southern 500. His most recent win in this race was back in 1992. Dale Earnhardt comes in for a pit stop.
This would be a scheduled stop. All of these are scheduled stops now.
Iconic.
You see that air hose there? The blue air hose on Dale Earnhardt's car? As the right front tire changer goes around, he's got to swing that hose out so that it doesn't get in the way of the car. And evidently one of Elliott's guys, somehow the front hose got under the car and the jack sat on top of it as he went to change the left side tires.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Sterling Marlin brings his car in.
Dick Trickle was one of the first to make pit stops and therefore change tires. And look at his speed compared to Geoff Burton, who's on old tires.
Geoff Burton running 32.60 seconds, average speed 152, a little over that. Dick Trickle running about 31 flat, a second and a half faster than the leader of the race just because of those 4 fresh tires.
More pit stops are occurring on the 87th lap of this race. Here is Todd Bodine in the Tabasco car. Sterling Marlin has made a pit stop in the 40 car. He's rolling out.
There's Brett Bodine sitting in the pits.
front side. Had a good qualifying run.
It's like Ted Musgrave is...
Hey, Pops, I didn't know. Do you and your family ride horses? Have you ever rode? Like, I'm not an experienced rider. I've been put in situations where I have had to ride a horse, or, you know, people would say, you know, get on my horse or whatever, and whatever, you know, so I've rode, or if somebody, like, this one time. Oh, cool. See, I worked with a riding stable, and mostly I had a four-wheel drive Ford Explorer, and I would tow horses from about like 8 miles away. They had a field, and would bring them to the riding stable that was in town, and it was like depending on what he had booked for groups or whatever. So I mostly did that and hung out there, or I'd go visit him in the morning. Like, I'd get up at my cabin on the other end of town, and I'd come and visit him and say, what you need today? And he would say, oh, go get me a biscuit and some orange juice or something like that, you know. So I'd get biscuits and orange juice for the guy that ran it. Or sometimes we'd pick up hay, sometimes we'd move horses.
They have made an air pressure adjustment on the car number 99, and they will also talking about making possibly a wedge adjustment in the left rear. They decided no, they will not make the adjustment, just the
Yes, exactly. Totally. The horses love it too. And that's the thing, like, I'm an animal person, so I always like just looked at horses as big puppy dogs, you know. But I major respect because, you know, if they move wrong, they could hurt you and not know it. And they're spunky, and they all have a personality, and they have good memories. That's why I can't wait to go see Jack. He was the last horse I attended more full time. Like, I fed him every morning and night and patted him, and he was and Stella grew up like just walking under through his stall, through his feet and everything. But he was a stud when I met him. When Beck got him, Beck didn't live there. He lived across town, and sometimes I had to work, but he knew if I took care of him. I mean, I didn't really get paid to take care of Jack. I just liked taking care of Jack because he was a cool horse. Oh, God, he was pretty when he rode. That little high step. He had this... But he was a stud, and he was a little bit nippy. And it's a love nip, but it still freaking hurts, you know? But that was my buddy, and he got gelded late. He was a late geld, so he's still a little bit... They had to, because he didn't care if someone had a rider. If there was a female around, he would mount her, whether there was a rider or not. And they almost had an incident, so he got him fixed. And then I believe right now another woman owns him while he's in Alabama, and he said he's thinking he wants to get him back. But either way, I know the owner that's got him now. I can't wait to see Jack's face when I see him, meaning the horse, because they do remember. And where I spent like over a year feeding him daily and loving on him and stuff, he'll remember me. I got to sit on him once down in the rodeo ring, but I was just a little nervous because I knew how spunky he was and I wasn't experienced. And so he just stood there. And so I didn't really ride him. But the ones I did ride, I've rode bareback before and stuff. I've been thrown. Well, I threw myself purposefully because it was going to be a bad deal if I stayed on the horse's back. She was headed for a ditch. She was spooked by a big diesel truck and took off on a gallop, and there was like a bunch of traffic and cars, and her only path was a ditch, and I knew if I jumped off her back she'd stop. So I actually purposefully leaped off the horse in the gallop. I felt bad, I didn't want her to get hurt, but so I've been put in situations where I have to ride and make decisions.
And we're seeing the same type of numbers back here on Terry Labonte's tires. You look across these tires.
It's not fun having to bail off a horse.
On these tires, and they've gone 64 laps, so it looks really, really good. Now I want to show you this right
I
here.
just didn't want her to trip and fall in the ditch with me on her back, and I could control me getting off her.
Lock the brakes up, but of course the tire's hot. It scrapes that rubber away. See a little bit of the cord
Especially
right
being
there.
bareback, I was only holding her mane. And when she got spooked and went into it, because she was headed home, she was just trotting along, headed home. Her owner had a little bit too much to drink at the bar, and I was told if I just get on her back, they brought her home, and they told me if I just get on, her horse's back, she'll walk right home to her stable, and I'll just walk back. And everything was great, except this one diesel truck one time revved right. Now the girl I know who owned the truck probably did it on purpose, just knowing her spitefulness. But it sent the horse into the
at the moment. Terry Labonte 5th, Gordon 3rd, and Randy LaJoy substituting for Ricky Craven.
You're going to have to bail off. And I kind of started scooting to the side, and I actually tight-roped down her mane and kicked off like that. Kicked off and barrel rolled.
I remember well. That was a terrific job.
On the side of the road, got up cussing, MFing everybody. A guy stopped and said, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I got to get the horse." And the horse stopped the minute I jumped off. See, that was the whole 9 yards right there. And then, I freaking walked her back to her freaking house. That was enough of that shit. But it was just really a lot of traffic when the bar was closing and the rodeo was getting over, and so I've had to do that. Another thing too, when they had the riding stable, a lot of times the riders would ride the horse to the bar and either tell the owner of the stable, Michael, if they wanted to drive back to the stable, he'd meet him at the stable and stall up the horses. And sometimes they would say, well, we'll leave them at, a lot of times they left them uptown at the hitching post. And we would all, like Jonathan, my son, me, he would say, "Tonja, you get on Sugar, you get on so-and-so, so. We'd all just get on the horses and ride back to the stables, which is cool. Those are my riding experiences. Just that way. Mine is more tending to horses, massaging their feet, soaking their feet, administer, salves, wrap their feet, wrap their calves, clean the stalls. I could give a shot, but I've never done it. But I've done it with my dogs and stuff. But, like medicine-wise, I can usually, like the cream in the lips and stuff, that's easy. The wormers and all.
Racing with the 97 car, trying to get by him. Probably cost him a good half a second. And that time, Jeff Gordon.
I never grew up around horses like this, riding horses. My grandfather had harness racing horses with the sulky carts, and he would train them, and I'd be in the barn, and I knew how to feed them and all.
There's Jeff Gordon, who comes in
they weren't riding or rideable. That wasn't like, I feel much better on a horse's back than on a cart if a horse is running. Pony cart's cool. I don't know if anyone is even doing a horse rental at this time. I don't know what this status is. But I know my son used to be one of the trail guides. He would dress in a cowboy hat, chaps, and trot through the woods. Because, we knew the woods. We lived there since 2013. I've walked or four-wheeled over almost every part of it. I've gone on a horse ride through the trails a couple times. Just not my bag, I don't mind riding, around through town or a cart. just not big into like all those extreme hills and stuff on the horseback.
New tires do make a difference.
I've done it, but it's just not fun for me. You know, open fields, yeah, that's like really cool, but horse trails through these mountains with the rocks and stuff, the horse has to be pretty sure-footed, and I won't ride a horse if their feet aren't tended. It's just mean, I think. So, you know, I've gotten into it with my ex-in-laws about that. When I was supposed to, they wanted me to walk Dolly, and I said she needs her her hooves done. I'm not going to walk her like that. And they would get mad at me, and it's like, I'm not going to do that. Her nails needed trimming. She needed reshoeing. It would have, like, hurt her tendons. It would have lamed her out. So that's kind of how I am. Like, I'm not big into going fast on a horse on purpose or by accident. I've done it, don't like it.
Here at Darlington now, about a 1.6 second advantage over Dale Jarrett. And running back in third spot is the 24 car of Jeff Gordon.
Now we see the 88 car of Dale Jarrett, and where's the 24? There he is.
They have the girls, though, that do the barrel racing and stuff. I don't know if they still have the team together, but when I left, they had like about a dozen girls that would do all the barrel riding and stuff like that. It was really cool to watch. Like, we could see it from our front porch, them practicing and all. We can't hear the loudspeakers from the front porch, but we can see the arena. You can hear the loudspeakers, but can't distinguish what they're saying.
The leader is not that far behind them.
These are 13th, 14th, the 43 cars in 13th position. The 12th car is in 15th. He just now moved into 14th around Ernie Irvin, but here comes the leader. Jeff Burton in the 99 car. He is definitely picking up on it. They're about to go a lap down. Right now,
but I do think if you have an old-fashioned Western town, you do need to have a horse rental of some sort. Even if it's a cart, rides through the trails or something, but to me, I think that's a huge factor for tourism. So I'll see who's like doing that.
It's so easy to lose that patience.
Dick Trickle has come in for a pit stop. Jerry Punch.
Well, he is out of sequence on pit stops. They're going to change left side tires. They're planning on putting a rubber in the left rear. They decided instead to go ahead and make
the guy that really ran it well was named Michael, and he moved to South Carolina. His children got older, and he really managed it well in spite of it all. He was really good to his horses. They were really kind and gentle.
That's how they won $1 million here last August. His pit times are remarkable. 17.79 on the first one, and then the green flag stop unofficially 16.29. Oh yeah, he's good on the track, but he's a little loose in the middle of the turns, so he's probably going to get better.
Wow, salute to the Rainbow Warriors for some great pit stops. And here's some guys on new tires. Randy LaJoy there, and he's going to blow by all these guys.
It just came out a few laps ago, and look how easy it is. Boy, that race car feels so good right now when you're able just to pull up there and ride right by people that sometimes have been passing you early.
Ricky Rudd also made a pit stop, by the way, as we go back into the Tabasco hot zone for some telemetry from Randy LaJoy.
He sees down to 126 as he tries to get by Johnny Benson. Accelerated 70 mile per hour. He'll slow going in this corner. And this corner is faster, obviously, than the other corner. You can see that it's about 20 miles per hour, about 15 miles per hour faster than 3 and 4.
Got a car on the wall. Ernie Irvin got up and Darlington striped his Skittles Pontiac.
Okay, go look at the right rear. I brushed the wall. M4. I'll look at it when you come by. You're clear all around.
Damage there on the right.
See the rear bumper covered. Yep. Flapping in the breeze.
He's still in 15th position.
As he comes off the corner there, we see the damage on the right rear.
It's like all sheet metal. That's the leader behind you. It's all sheet metal. Inside. fine. Clear all around. Feel all right?
Here's what happened. As I said, these guys trying to pick up the pace a moment ago and go a little bit faster than the car. And look as he goes to the corner. It gets loose, dirt tracking in the corner. Yo, and the wall kept him from spinning out, Ned.
It did. I think he did a great job of saving that car and not spinning out. Keeps going. He is a lap down now, but he's still in 15th position.
Wow. There's Dale Jarrett right behind him. Ford quality care.
Side. Clear after that 88.
Now only 14 cars on the lead lap. John Andretti.
It's just right now, it's just right rear out.
So he's boarding the right rear out.
We'll take a round out of the right rear.
Kenny Irwin there in the 28 car is a lap down in 16th.
Inside, clear after that 28. Mark coming inside, looking inside.
Kenny Irwin has dropped a lap down, Jerry Punch.
Well, Bob, he's not running that poorly on the racetrack, but the problem was this. Slugger Labby, the crew chief, said they preached to Kenny about what can happen at Darlington. He's never been here before. Said, most importantly, when you pit and drop off the banking in turn 4, there are a lot of marbles, a lot of rubber there, and you can spin the car out coming on the pit road. So be very, very careful, be very deliberate. And apparently he was extremely careful. He was so slow getting down pit road, he was almost a lap down when he got back on the racetrack. And of course, the 99 car caught him back. Now he indeed is 1 lap down. Let's check in on the Ernie Irvin pit stop over with John Kernan in the backstretch.
Well, you've heard Ernie and his crew talk things over after he got up into the wall. The car was loose. It's the left rear tire.
Here we go.
Count him in. He will come to a stop. Oh, he slides in really hot. They're going to change all 4 tires. It looks like they're going to make a chassis adjustment too. They're going to work on the right side. That looked like a whole lot of damage, just sheet metal damage to that right side. The rear bumper cover just a little bit knocked askew. Now they're on the left side. No, there's a problem on the left front. A problem on the left front.
Steve, help him out. Help him out, Steve. He's on the front.
So the crewman went out and came right back. Now they'll put the left front tire on, but this is costing them a ton of time.
Yeah, almost 10 seconds slower than some of the better pit stops that we've seen.
Yep. When it rains, it pours, doesn't it? I mean, he goes out, he brushes the wall, he comes in. These are good pit stop, an 18, 17-second stop.
He's going to have about 2 or 3 cars coming on the outside.
And an air wrench breaks. Man.
So he drops 2 laps down now, comes out in 30th spot, and here is Michael.
Oh, Christ, down in turn 1.
Michael Waltrip is lapped. The caution is going to come out. We have cars up against the wall, and in the middle of the track in turns 1 and 2.
Okay,
Randy LaJoy.
Good thing I can't get down there.
Bummer.
We okay or are we wrecked? We're wrecked. He's driving it back. Did I not give him enough roll or what?
Sounds like there's some contact there.
Trickle just can't see. You know, he always runs into people like that in a place like this.
Second time today that caution is waived. First time was for Geoff Bodine's accident. By the way, Geoff is back on the racetrack. The only car out of the race at the moment is Rick Mast.
All these cars are trying to say they're in front of the leader. Are they?
Well, yeah, they don't know if the 99 car took the yellow when he came by there a moment ago. So they're passing them. They'll let NASCAR straighten it out.
Yeah, the lead, Burton was coming off the 4th corner when this accident happened, and it was a question as to whether the yellow came out in time.
I believe that he got the yellow flag, and if he had not, I believe that he would have let Michael Waltrip get back in the lead lap. But, you know, it was right at him when he came off of that corner and had no time to react.
Here's our replay of what happened from the Pennzoil copter cam.
That's Dick Trickle that he was talking about. They're making some contact with Trickle. They were talking on the radio. Now, whether or not...
Pace car turn 3.
Well, damage on the right side of the Bud Chevrolet.
Really doesn't look that bad, does it?
It doesn't.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't look that bad. I think most of that smoke was tire smoke, and I think you really did a good job keeping it out of the wall.
Up up here, these three cars.
The wheels look straight anyway. But you could string it right there on pit road if you wrote your frame heights down. When you get on pit road, you write your frame heights down too, because you don't get to go back to the garage a lot of times.
So Randy LaJoy is okay. Car not hurt very bad, but the caution is.
But that was just something Dad always did as his routine. You take your frame heights when you're in the garage, but a lot of times during the race, you don't get to go back to the garage. Unless you're like really wrecked, you know? But get out to pit road at your pit spot, take your frame heights down.
And some positions were gained by some drivers.
Well, Jeff Gordon, I think, is going to pick up a spot. We see Rusty Wallace, the points leader. Dale Jarrett, Jeff Burton coming down pit road. We see Gordon right up the very top of the screen. There he is. Right sides are on. Left sides coming around for the left sides. We go back to the triple pits. The right sides are going on the 2, the 88, the 99. All the other cars on the lead lap coming in. Jeff Gordon's crew is finished with his pit stop. He takes off. Watch as he comes down pit road. The other guys, the 3 leaders, still changing the tires. Mark makes a pit stop. Bobby Labonte, he's going to work on his car. Dale Jarrett comes out of the pits. Jeff Burton comes out of the pits, but it's Jarrett, Gordon, Burton, and then Rusty Wallace.
So Gordon picks up one spot there on that good pit stop again by his Rainbow Warriors. We're nearing the halfway point of this race, and we're under caution because of an incident up in turn number 2 involving Randy LaJoy. Back in a moment. Race still under caution here at Darlington. Second time today that the caution has waved.
I personally have never adopted a horse or thought about it. If I did, maybe a miniature with a little cart, a little pony cart or something. But
94 laps behind.
it's like a massive, like, you got to take a lot of strength to tend a horse before you ever ride it. But and also that I look at it like a dog. It's a bond for life, you know. It's commitment, and I don't look at it as a commodity. So I'm not the best person to own a horse, I guess, that way, because I'd be in it for the long haul.
You see a car that's running extremely well suddenly slow down on the track for no apparent reason. The first thought.
But I really enjoy taking care of other people's horses, and I've lived where other people have had horses.
In the coolest possible place in the car. Remember, cooler is better. Now, what does the ignition box do? Well, basically, it takes the 12 volts from the battery, amplifies it 3,000 to 4,000 times, sending 30,000 to 40,000 volts to the spark plug to ignite the engine. Now, if your race car was the human body, the ignition box would probably be the brain, because you could have all the power you need and all the fuel you want. But if the brain doesn't tell the car what to do, it's simply going to sit there. Now, when a driver thinks his ignition box has failed during a race, here's what he does. He throws these 2 switches on the dash. The first switch changes from this ignition box to the second one, an identical twin. The second switch triggers a change from this coil to a second coil, also an identical twin. Now remember, the coil operates in tandem with the ignition box. Often you don't have to change the coil, but in the heat of the race, you want to find the simplest and the quickest fix. Now, why does an ignition box fail? Well, take a look at all this circuitry. A potential nightmare, because these boxes get very hot and there's a lot of vibration inside the car during a race. On this particular box, this coil failed, probably because of heat or vibration. Now, one more thing to keep in mind. Sometimes when the driver changes ignition boxes, he loses the tachometer. So he has to be extremely careful about his speed when entering and exiting pit road.
Very good, Bill. What do you think, BP?
I think I'm going to give him an A for that. What do you think, man?
Sir, he did it.
I learned stuff.
Very good job.
I didn't realize the tack wouldn't work on the second ignition box. That's interesting.
Missing the front end of the car, which was torn off when he crashed here on the main straightaway early in the race.
I would guess that NASCAR's asked him to go the back of the field. This is a very tough racetrack. Darlington is very narrow, and he's 94 laps down, 95 laps down, so it really doesn't make any sense to get up there hustling with those people. And yes, he starts moving and pulls up.
Bill Weber has an update on Johnny Benson.
Well, Benson is having another strong run. It's an old story now. They missed Daytona, but they've been pretty darn good ever since, and he's having a good run here today. According to my unscientific, sometimes unreliable math, he had another great pit stop and actually picked up 2 spots here on pit road. Steve Neal told me that Cheerios Ford was a little tight early. They took a little wedge out. Now the car's running extremely well. That's a good Ford. But Gordon is a very good Chevrolet. He just had another good stop. They took 1 round of bite out of the right side. Gordon's pit stop would have been even faster, but because he was so far ahead of Dale Earnhardt on the track when they came on the pit road, Gordon's pit stop was over. He had to wait because Earnhardt was directly in front of him. So he waited while Earnhardt went by, then darted out of the pits. He had a good stop that could have been great, but he used his head. Backstretch to John Kernan.
Terry Labonte, pitting on the backstretch, came in running in the 5th position. He returned to the track 8th. They have asked NASCAR to please speed up the pace car when the caution is out, so after they drop the cars off on the front stretch, so the backstretch guys can get back here and not be at such a disadvantage. Let's go back racing.
Indeed, pace car is in, and the green flag waves again.
Cars on the left side of your screen in the lead lap. Cars on the right side of your screen a lap down.
That's Ernie Irvin, and he now is 2 laps down. Ben, remember, he made that green flag pit stop, had a problem on his pit stop, so he is now 2 laps down. He's being shown in 26th position.
It's Jarrett, Gordon, Burton, then Rusty Wallace, Johnny
They didn't
Benson.
have the lucky dog back then.
Wallace is running in 6th position.
That's been a really good rule for safety, because it was pretty sketch having the lap cars start up front and race for the lap back. As y'all, if you watch any of the older history of this era and stuff, it caused problems. Racing back to the green, too, caused a problem.
Those other 3 are Dale Earnhardt in 11, Bobby
I mean, racing back to the yellow.
Mayfield in 13.
And Mayfield has gained some spots here in the last few minutes. He got back on the lead lap.
Well, remember, after their last green flag pit stop, he came up.
Those are 2 changes I think were really good for the safety of the sport.
And when that caution came out, that worked to his advantage.
Ricky Rudd is off the pace. That tied Chevy, Ford I should say, is not up to speed. You're watching a First Plus Financial Field Summary showing you the points as of right now.
We always believed back in the day, and I want to believe that they would think about this today, that any change made to a rule in any of the NASCAR series, I feel needs to benefit both safety and innovation. And that was always our goal, to be faster and be safer.
Right now, Ford and Chevy are tied. How about that? And the rookie points, well, Irwin continues, of course, to be on top.
I don't think competition cautions, stage breaks, are safer. Competition cautions were, they would have checked a potential tire problem or, you know, for safety reasons. But now these stage breaks bunch up all the cars and immediately, like, they're not as safe as they were if they were just running. And it's all for the fans, and stage breaks all for TV, and it's like getting so far away from the original model that worked so well. You know, and I can get into the points. You know, there's some pros and some cons. I like the idea of extra points for leading at certain points in the race. I'm all for that, but I don't think you got to throw a caution to do it nowadays with the electronics. So just say that's a stage break and keep the green flag flying.
Because of a flat left rear tire, apparently ran over something out on the racetrack.
That way the fastest car wins. I think that's, and the best team, the best green flag pit stops, and the original model worked. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel. That's just my 2 cents anyway for today.
Watch Ernie's car.
It's right in the middle there of that pack.
Safety and innovation.
You see him go in the corner, the car gets loose, he tries to go to the pits, and look at all those guys behind him. Terry Labonte, Greg Sachs, Joe Nemechek, John Andretti, all those guys trying their best to dodge other cars as they try to slow down.
Back down to John Kernan.
Okay, this this is the tire, the left rear tire off of Ernie's car. He got into the side of someone, and you can see where their fender just kind of ripped along the sidewall, punctured it over here, and that's where the air escaped. Ernie the tire went flat, but he was able to save the car, not wreck, bring it on pit road, change 4 tires, and get back out there safely.
There's the leader, the second place car of Geoff Burton, and we got a crack. Sachs is sliding down the straightaway and into the turn.
Going into turn 3.
A lot of damage to that car on the right side.
And I tell you what, that looks like a 1-car wreck, and they could have easily had a 6-car wreck there because it was cars all around him.
Sachs retired down here in Florida somewhere. He sometimes shows up at that coffee on Mondays that Dad goes
Chad
to.
Little's trying to go to the inside. Sachs comes down, and there's a little bit of contact there from Chad Little. He goes down and bam, hard in that inside wall.
So those roof flaps come up when he got to going backwards. And he keeps it down. If that car had slid back up in the groove, it could have been trouble. Right there you see the contact that'll be made and just spins Greg Sachs around. Nothing he could do.
Man, oh man.
Yet another angle.
And look, I mean, that could have easily been a 10-car crash.
It could. There's a lot of cars behind them there, but he spun down to the inside, out of the way.
If he had touched the car and turned it the other way in front of that traffic, I hate to think.
Yeah, it would have been big.
Well, we are at the halfway point of the race. 147 laps completed.
Will they pit? That's the next question. We've only been a few laps, but will they pit? 7 laps. Will they come in and put on fresh tires? It's only 7 laps. Folks, it's only 7 laps. Dale, Jerry, oh, they're all coming in.
Well, are they faking each other out, or what are they going to do? No, they're going to pit.
Bill Weber.
Yeah, it's Darlington. If you can come get tires, come on and get them if you're up front. In fact, Ray Evernham had just told Jeff Gordon the tires are going in the direction you want them to go. That means they're getting very good wear. They've had 3 good stops. Now they're looking for another one. Right side tires going on. Earnhardt cuts right in front of them. Clean the windshield for Gordon. They'll come around and they'll do the lefts while Earnhardt pits in front of them. Left sides are going to go on here in a second. They take off the old ones, put on the new. Fuel is in. And Gordon's away. Now to Jerry and Jarrett's pit.
Jarrett and Burton pitting nose to tail down toward turn 1. Last time Jarrett's crew able to beat the 99 out of the pit. It is a race viciously down here, left side tire, and once again the 88 car is down and away. Still 99 in trouble with the left front. He is off the jack, pulling back to turn 1.
Looks like Gordon may come out second again, although he and Rusty came down the pit exit just about side by side. As the pit crew, the track crew, I should say, still at the Greg Sachs car. John Kernan.
On the backstretch, Jeremy Mayfield, we talked about what a good job he has done after that first pit stop when an air gun broke. That kind of set them back, but he has fought hard all day, stayed on the lead lap. It'll be a 4-tire change, no chassis adjustments. Jeremy pretty happy with the car, but Terry Labonte is going to beat him out with his pit stop here on the backstretch as they head out.
One thing that's working in this guy's favor now, pitting on the backstretch, is the fact that there are only 13 cars on the lead lap.
Greg Sachs is okay. He rides along as his car is taken behind the wall here at Darlington Raceway. There it is, the oldest super speedway overhead Pennzoil copter cam shot. We're just past the halfway mark in the Trans-South Financial 400. At the moment, it's that Ricky Rudd had problems a little bit earlier. Bill, what's the story?
Well, the voltmeter had dropped to 0, so the alternator had stopped charging the battery. Now they put a new belt on the alternator. A moment ago, Ricky stopped and they changed out the old battery. So now they've got a new battery and a new belt on the alternator. Dave Anthony looking into the right side window at some of the gauges. Rudd returns to the track. We'll see if they got it done.
3 laps down in 36th position.
Boy, Jeff Bias is so hot. We see the NASCAR officials holding Lake Speed, the Cartoon Network, forward for something. Anyway, Jeff did not agree with it.
There was a lot of congestion as several cars tried to come out of the pits.
And we see Todd Bodine pull up in front of the Steve Grissom car. See, the 29 car of Jeff Green almost runs Steve Grissom in the wall, and here comes Chad Little, and he's going to beat them all out, I think.
Of course, that was on the backstretch pits,
which used to be the front stretch pits.
And as you exit that pits, it becomes very tight. Just ask Dick Brooks, because I pinned him in the wall there one time exiting the pits.
Well, how rude of you, Parsons. All right, we'll get another commercial break here as we're under caution at Darlington Raceway.
Made the car pretty dominant, but what about Jeff Gordon and those Rainbow Warriors? They haven't had one bad pit stop today, and that's
we'll start skipping through some of the non-rec parts.
Later on today.
Steve, it's Ned Jarrett. We certainly wish you well. Wish you were here, but
yeah, I know, right? I was thinking the same thing.
I really miss it. This is probably one of the hardest things I've gone through, and
it was an old school thing at the short tracks up north that drivers stayed with the car no matter what till you get to the garage. But you know, now with the mandatory ambulances ride and all that.
One guy we haven't talked a great deal about yet, but somebody who's running real well is that guy there on the left of your screen, Kenny Wallace. He's up there in 9th position and staying right with him.
Yeah, Kenny's done a great job all day. He's been kind of like a self-bomber. You haven't heard much about him, but he's been creeping up on everybody all day long. And what about Johnny Benson? He's a guy that you heard from Steve Meal. They thought they had a great race car, and now he's up there in the top 5 running real well. So I think it's going to unfold to be a great race towards the end.
Jeremy Mayfield dropped way back in the standings there for a while, but now he's up there battling again.
Yeah, he is, and he's having a good battle with Kenny right now, and he's another guy that had a bad qualifying run and has come from the back of the pack and has made a lot of progress all day long. So I think you're going to see a real surprise at the end at who it comes down to really battle out for the win.
Little contact there, looked like, between Mayfield and Wallace.
Well, I tell you, Steve Park doing a great analyzing job back there on the telephone. You guys need us, Benny.
Caution, there's some debris. Oh, they got a spin. And Ernie back across the racetrack so far by his missed him.
Clear. Got one on the outside.
Everybody will miss him. Wow.
Wow.
That was close.
That was close. I would guess when the caution flag came out that Ernie backed off and somebody behind him didn't.
Hats off to Ernie. That was a good move, man.
Lap 164.
Man, I have no idea. I mean, it's like
he spun right in his groove so everyone could go around.
It seemed like it was going to be all right. And then when I ran around for a lap under, after we had put a lap on him, then it's terrible.
He said for maybe it's just because they got rubber built up on them, and they sat there and cooled back down. Maybe they just go all to hell. So.
Steve, what do you think they're talking about there, Ernie and Ryan Pemberton?
Pit road is open next time I will pit.
He's made a good comment where they don't really know where the inconsistency in the tires are coming from, and I think you saw yesterday after the Busch race with the amount of rubber that gets built up, not only on the outside of the racetrack, which you can see in the corner there, but also on the inside. And I think if you get out of the racing groove and get some of that, the marbles or quote-unquote marbles built up on the tires, that you might think you have a good cool tire to start and to restart, but really have to really hang on the car down into turn 1, and I think that's where Ernie got into trouble.
And once again, after 6 laps of green flag racing, they're going to spend another.
Steve Park was a modified driver from England. His dad Bob Park raced around the time that I was growing up as a teenager, and we saw him race quite a bit.
They want to look very closely at the left front because they think Gordon might have hit some debris. It looks fine from here. They come around to the left side. They already have the rights on. The car looks fine. Should be 4 tires, a clean grill, a clean windshield, and fuel for Jeff Gordon. He's down. Here's Jerry.
Dale Jarrett in for what could be the stop that will set him up for one final pit stop. They wanted to come back in. This crew wants to beat the 99. They have been battling all day. The last 2 pit stops, they have beaten 99. Here is Jeff Gordon by, and Jeff Burton will beat the 88 out nearly into the side of Rusty Wallace as they head back to turn 1. Let's go to John Kernan.
And on the backstretch, Terry Labonte will be entering his pit momentarily. But hey, check out on the racetrack the number 12 of Jeremy Mayfield. He has stayed out, so he will take over the race lead. A little bit of strategy right there, only a few laps on those tires, decide to stay out. We'll have to see how that plays out for that team. Labonte's crew making no adjustments. His crew chief Andy Graves said they've only made a few small adjustments all day. The car is running really well. They've just been backed up in track position. Now the work is finished. Terry will be down and away.
Well, these pit stops are occurring under caution. And the reason we had the caution was, first of all, debris on the racetrack, but then we had a problem with Ernie Irvin up in the first and second turns.
And we don't have any idea why he spun. I guess he just, as he told Ryan, he said, I have no idea. Maybe I got in the high or got low or got some debris on the tires, and the car goes around. And it's very fortunate that we were on the caution flag, because I think some of the cars had slowed down. Right along with Jerry Nadeau, we'll see if we can see what happened. Goes down in the corner.
South, step high.
Oh, slowed down. Ricky Rudd hit him.
From another angle, you see that Ernie was way up high on the racetrack. When he spun to the inside, we all held our breath because the car shot up high on the racetrack, but fortunately, everybody was able to miss Ernie. The leader of the race is Jeremy Mayfield, who did not pit under this caution period, but he has fought his way back to the front after being way back in the standings. 165 laps completed.
I was saying earlier, I'm not sure if you were awake
green,
yet.
Take a look
My
at
dad
this
didn't work with
facility
Fido
here
until
at
Talladega,
Darlington,
which
from
will
the
be like
Pennzoil
3 races
Copter
from
Hammy, egg-shaped
this race
racetrack
chronologically.
known as the track too
But
tough to tame.
he was
Darlington
probably
Raceway
still
in South Carolina.
hanging
Field has been
around. Like,
given
we
the
lived
one
in
more
North
to go
Carolina.
signal. They're
Like,
over in corner
this
number
track
2,
was
and next
only
time
like
around,
2.5
they'll be
hours
getting
away
that
from the
green
house.
flag.
And
Now there's more on the
I'm
halfway
sure he
money.
was
Here's
down
Jerry.
there, usually hanging out with Birdie
or
or helping Newt more. He would go help even if he wasn't getting paid
They are going to donate the money
like go and
to the
just
Tim
scope
Flock
things
Fund.
out,
Tim
you
Flock,
know,
of course, one of NASCAR's
and
pioneers,
walk
who is
around.
battling cancer right
So,
now, and a number of the drivers,
if
including
he
Darrell
was
Waltrip, who wanted to run
there,
Tim's
he
number
was
300
probably
here, and has the
unofficially
Tim
helping
Flock
the
special
81
on the side
because
of
he
his
was
Chevrolet,
with them
trying
the
to
year
be able to
before.
develop some
But he would
interest
go
here
to
to
Base
help Tim
Motorsports
defray
full time.
what have become
And that's
very,
when he'll
very
be with
expensive
Fido.
hospital and medical bills
And I
while he
just looked
battles
up the
cancer. So
standings
Dale
as
Jarrett,
of
10 grand from the halfway being donated to Tim Flock. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
What's up with Tim? I met Tim Flock in real life.
You guys are awesome.
Really
That's a great
cool.
stop. You just got us
Like
5 points.
one
Then
of
you
the
got to
founders
the back
of
stretch and saw
NASCAR.
Jeremy
Which,
Mayfield
like,
didn't pit.
those
now
are my
Jeff's gonna try and get
heroes,
his 5 points
Smokey
on
or
this restart with more. Here's
Smokey
Kurt.
Unic or Tim Flock are the two I met. Like, Tim Flock, I met. He signed a shirt for me and stuff. I was a volunteer at the museum. He had a lot of displays in. Just a really cool guy.
Runs well on the long runs that they'll be able to hang in the top 5.
I loved how they dressed in the old days with the all-white pants and the red satin jacket. He still dressed that way when I met him in the 90s. In 95 I met him. When I was volunteering at the North Carolina Auto Racing Hall of Fame Museum. That's a mouthful. This video's that online too. I think I put this. That'd be a cool thing to play. The out train.
Here comes trouble though. Jeff Burton at 99 cars.
I can't make this a long stream
Very, very quick. He has 4 fresh tires.
because I've got to get tires on my clutch today, and I've got to get oil. I just checked, and Christopher is still passed out. He was actually awake when I woke up like 4 in the morning. He was still awake watching TV.
We're real happy to have Ron try to get the car in the race
Because of iRacing at night, he's basically like a third shift person.
tire run and banged up the primary car.
But we had to go and get some of his medical records. In fact,
Real thankful for Ron
I have a disc in my
family for helping us out there.
in my file. I gotta look at that when I get offline. It's the disc of his brain scan.
I think he has a lot more
See how the
confidence
tumor
racing there before.
appears compared to
Go there and
before.
run the Winston Cup race.
Kenny Irwin, the 28 car, trying to stay out in front of the 99. He feels like if he can stay
So
there, they'll
it's
catch
just
the
like a
12.
bunch of
And he can get
things.
that lap back. But here comes
Yesterday
the
was
99. Jeff Burton down to
crazy.
the inside. Hey, great run off that second corner. Right by Kenny Irwin.
Irwin is the lap down. He's the last car, or the first car that's one lap down. He's in 14th position.
Well, Steve, we thank you for joining us, and we hope that you're back in competition very, very soon. But for the moment, just relax and try to heal up, huh?
Well, thanks, Bob, and thanks, Benny. And you know, we're looking forward to getting to feeling good enough that we could at least get back to the racetrack and see some of my old friends and some of you guys again, which will hopefully be in the next couple of weeks. But thanks again, guys. I really appreciate it.
Okay, good luck to you, man.
Thank you.
Best of luck. All right.
To someone like Steve Park, like he grew up as a teenager at the track too because his dad raced. Actually drove, and my dad raced because he worked on cars. So when you're not at the track, it just is like you don't feel like you're at home. And I think that's why I love North Carolina so much. I mean, I love Daytona, don't get me wrong. Oh my God, this is like the grand illusion down here. And Daytona and New Smyrna and all are great, but like being from, I lived in Mooresville area for like 28 years, 27, 28 years. I lived in Massachusetts 32, but I feel closer to North Carolina because even though I lived in Massachusetts for 32 years, we traveled south since I was 13 years old. At least to Martinsville with the modifieds. And ever since I went to Martinsville, I think it was 1973. Could have been 70. Yeah, 73. With Bugsy. Okay. Awesome. You be safe. Take your time. Thank you for lurking.
Johnny Benson.
Well, what happened, Jarrett got under Sterling Marlin coming off the turn 2 over there and had to back off. He almost spun it out, and Mark got a good run and got the side of it, but was not able to pull off the pass.
And still Ford and Chevy remain tied in the manufacturer's battle as of right now, and the rookie points remain the same, with Kenny Irwin about 20 ahead of both Nadeau and LePage. And of course, we just talked to Steve Park on the phone, who's back home recuperating. There's how they're running. Kenny Irwin in 14th, the best of the rookies at this point.
I don't know if it's my imagination or not, but it just seemed like 98 injuries were like all of a sudden ramping up, and in 99 and 2000 I saw the same thing. Like something with the cars changed. I know they were getting faster. That might be a lot of it.
Going into turn 1.
I always thought maybe they should add more, just more weight. Make them add more lead, then take away the spoilers. Taking away downforce, and taking away handling, and taking away tire. I think just makes it a little less safe. In my opinion, to me that's not innovation nor safety. It's like going backwards on both.
He was running in 14th position.
I mean, I know the more
doing a great job.
Stable the car is, but you could slow him down really fast with 100 pounds of weight.
Look at this. They've closed it up, and it's first, second, and third. Let's see who comes out with the lead as Rusty looks to the inside of Mayfield in a little bump.
And crate motors.
And Wallace, as it looks like both of them are going to go around Mayfield, who has the older tires.
And
look at Jeff Burton just down to the inside of Rusty Wallace and takes the lead. Wow, what a power move by Burton.
Now to Jerry Punch.
A flat right side tire. That's been the undoing of Kenny Irwin, the impressive rookie driver. Right side, now left side tire going on. They were talking about needing a pry bar as he nearly stalls it, leaving the pits. Finally gets it back in gear and pulls away. But
when this race ends, I'm going to play a little video outro, like, of where I'm moving back the RV
begins to inch ahead of
and you'll see that you like to watch puppies play.
Yes, we have him leading one lap.
Stuff like that. That's what you'll see on here.
Get those 5 bonus points.
It'll be my Stelly. She used to babysit this little, I don't know what they're called.
Back there's the 4th place car.
They're just cute.
The 16 car.
Little long ears.
Is in fact a lap down.
Kind
He's
of like
14th,
Bass
the
at
first
Home,
car
but
lap
little.
down. Right behind Geoff.
With the previous. But we used to babysit a little puppy while his daddy was working.
It was on my board here shown as a lap leader, but it has since been removed, so Rusty did not pick up those 5 points, and you're right. That's very, very important, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And Kenny Irwin coming back down pit road. Jerry, what's the problem now?
They thought when he pitted a moment ago that he had a flat tire, but when he started to leave the pits, he had trouble getting the car to move, and now the crew, Slugger Labby and company, have told him, bring it to the garage area, bring it around behind the wall. They've either broken an axle or possibly something in the rear end, possibly a ratchet in the rear end. He brings the car back behind the wall, and they will bring it to a stop. They will put the jack under, jack it up, put jack stands, and see if it is an axle or possibly a ratchet, but a tough break for an impressive rookie driver after having a pretty good run here through most of the afternoon.
See, everybody has their job. One's jack and one's got the jack stand while the other guy's working on it.
Yep.
You have everything ready when he's coming in, what you think you're gonna need.
Rusty Wallace has 184 of the 293 laps.
But yeah, I gotta go get
Wallace second, Jeremy Mayfield shown
gotta get some WD-40 so I can open these.
is fifth.
The underneath storage, the locks get real sticky.
As ESPN
Everything in Florida gets
salute
corrosive.
NASCAR on its 50th anniversary, we present some special programming. One coming lap speeds up in the upper left box for you.
You see Jeremy Mayfield almost, what was that, 3/4 mile per half mile per hour faster than the leader, Geoff Burton.
After I get done with these, I publish them and then I upload them to the YouTube. And if I get time, I edit them. I hadn't had time lately, not with all this moving stuff and organizing. I gotta get everything from the upper cabinets down low.
You'll have to make one more pit stop before this is over.
See Bobby Labonte there. The Interstate Matters Pontiac running back in the 13th spot. Darlington, 10 races he's been here. No victories, 2 top 5s.
I'm gonna go off camera here for a moment. I'll run a quick ad so we don't get bug bite ads for about a half hour.
Important that experience is here at Darlington.
He too has begun to figure out how to run.
I gotta
this
change
place.
my picture. I'm getting bored with this one.
Traffic up ahead of him, and boy, you came off that corner high.
But I'm still here in the chat.
Joy being passed by, he spun and caused one of the caution periods earlier.
Now Terry goes a little bit high. Bobby had a notion, but said no, now's not the time.
Kenny Irwin has completed the work of his car. He's back in competition. He is 19 laps down in 39th spot. Just 2 cars out of the race, Greg Sachs and Rick Mast. Geoff Burton leads. His advantage is about 2 seconds over Jeremy Mayfield there in the number 1 car.
And you see he's 18 seconds in front of Bobby Labonte back in 13th spot, the last car, as I said, on the lead lap.
Dale Jarrett has moved around the car number 2 of Rusty Wallace. And I mentioned a moment ago that Jeff Gordon was staying with Jarrett. He's dropping back. Mark Martin has passed him. And Rusty's still struggling a little bit in the corners.
Bill Weber has more on Rusty
Wow.
Wallace.
There aren't many on the lead lap, are there now? since they started running green, which is good.
That's helped Rusty in the first 4 races this year.
92 to go.
Here on top of the press box, helping spot for Rusty. Both Penske and crew chief Robin Pemberton have told Rusty, race your line and the track, not necessarily the field.
Burton's led a long time. Mayfield, Garrett, Rusty Wally, Mark, Gordon Benson, Kenny Wallace up there in 8th.
He had a terrible qualifying run on Friday.
Good job, Newton, the men.
ESPN 2, because he was sitting in his hauler watching the qualifying show. He saw the line Bobby Labonte ran and had a great lap. He said, I'm going to run that line. He tried and couldn't do it, almost hit the wall. Saturday, he came back in second round, had a great lap. He not only was second round fastest, he had the second fastest time in the starting field today. Still, he had to start 26th. Their car's been great. They made an air pressure adjustment on the first stop. Newton Moore, his crew chief, says this is the best car they've ever had, anywhere. They're just biding their time.
Wow, and he's
Yeah, they had one car that was just
top 10 finish. He finished 7th at Atlanta a couple of weeks ago.
Dad would go and help
Geoff
Newt.
Gordon, and he
They were
slid all
buddies.
the way back to 6th.
And check this out, Ernie Irvin, who's clearly had some troubles. Ernie Irvin must have stopped and got some tires.
Clear.
He must have stopped and got tires just to be able to drive by. Okay. Well,
A couple of broadcasts they announced that Newt Moore brings in.
Past Gordon and ran off left when Ted's a lap down.
Oh, it's when they got the pole at Bristol. Kenny Wallace said in the interview that Newt Moore brought in Vic Kangas to work on the front end geometry or whatever.
Started out, he was loose anytime anybody got behind him, which you would expect. He was tight anytime he got behind somebody else.
That's
he was
where I
fine when he
heard
was
that.
running on his own. But right now, he's very, very loose. The Rainbow Warriors just began to scramble here along pit road. We could see Gordon forced to make a green flag stop.
He also has not picked up 5 points for leading a lap. He's been as low as 30th and as high as 2nd. Right now, Geoff Gordon
to go.
about 12 seconds behind the leader of the race in 6th place. The leader of the race is Geoff Burton. We'll be back with more live coverage in a moment from Darlington. Following the leader, Geoff Burton, around this 1.3-mile racetrack at Darlington, South Carolina, from the Pennzoil Copter Cam. Geoff continues to lead here, about a 2.5-second lead now on Jeremy Mayfield. Tune in the Deuce today at 5 o'clock Eastern Time for the NHRA Pennzoil Nationals from Houston Raceway Park. Father of our TD, Dennis, is having his 70th birthday today, and Jimmy Makar will be 42 this coming Wednesday. We showed you the on-track AutoZone interval report. Rusty was slipping away, but Mayfield is catching Burton.
But the last lap, Mayfield was a little bit faster, but you see down on the graphic down there, he is definitely catching him.
By about a half-second, he closed the interval from laps 212 to 216, and he's doing this on tires that, as we have documented, are about 7 laps older, John Kernan.
And Bob, even with those tires that have been out there to wear for 7 green flag laps, the last time they dropped the green flag, at the start of this run, Mayfield was up front. His car was tight. Finally, after running about 15 to 20 laps, and he moved up a groove, the car loosened up. It's a lot freer, and it's perfect right now. What this team is hoping for, because it's pitting on the backstretch, is for the race to go the rest of the way without a caution. They will pit probably in 6 to 11 laps to take 4 tires for what will be their final pit stop if it stays green. They're confident down here they can have another good pit stop. They think that they can get this young driver his first Winston Cup victory, and man, wouldn't that be something to come here at Darlington?
It sure would. Jeremy started in 37th position, pits on the backstretch, but still has had a magnificent run here this afternoon. 2nd place right now, about 2 1/3 seconds behind the leader, Geoff Burton. So we will be standing by for those pit stops when they occur. We'll take another break right now and be back live in a moment to Darlington. ESPN Speed World continues its live coverage of the Trans-South Financial 400 from Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. Geoff Burton, the leader. Fire up your laptops. Now you can really drive on the information superhighway at www.nascar.com with all the information regarding news and injury updates and the latest statistics on all the NASCAR divisions at www.nascar.com.
There's a battle for position. The 18 car trying to get by Ward Burton. That would be up to 8th spot. The leader's in, Jerry Punch.
And they wanted to be able to stay out about 4 or 5 more laps, but Geoff Burton had been complaining for the last 15 laps that he had something in the car that felt funny. He said, I think I've got a tire problem. I don't think we can risk trying to call him in 5 laps early. This, however, will be their final pit stop on lap 227. 66 laps to go to the finish at lap 293. They peel off the windshield film. They will change right side and left side tires. They have made an air pressure adjustment in the right rear to fine-tune the car. And this crew wants to make sure to take a very, very close look at the tires that come off to see if they can determine what the problem is. He is down and away. Mayfield is in front of John Kernan.
Jeremy running in second place. They want to have a quick stop. No adjustments. However, I did see one of the tiremen making some air pressure adjustments. No chassis adjustments. There go the lug nuts on. They are tight. And Jeremy is down and away in a great pit stop. But let's see where Burton is out on the racetrack to see if Jeremy can beat him out there and take over the lead.
Bobby Labonte is in for a stop. The crew completing the work. He's out in 17.8 seconds. A good pit stop. Jerry.
For Dale Jarrett, they made a major adjustment on the track bar on the left side. He is down and away. Mark Martin also in further up pit road. They have changed right and left side tires on our pole center of Valvoline Ford. These all are final pit stops unless we have a caution. Final pit stop for the day. Let's check into the Rusty Wallace pit.
45 miles an hour down pit road. Final time for Rusty Wallace. If we stay green, like everybody else, we'll get 4 sticker Goodyear tires and fuel. They tear away the windshield screen, so Rusty has a good view of these final laps. They've taken 1 pound of air out of each of the right rear tires. Fuel going in. The jack underneath the left side goes up. The left side tires are up. Now they'll tighten the lug nuts. They've had good stops all day. Rusty is on his way in 18.7 seconds.
Johnny Benson also rolling out of the pit, so as some cars on the backstretch. Ward Burton now getting the service completed, and he begins to roll away. There's Michael Walter pulling out of the pits. All this on the 229th lap of the race. Ward Burton rolling back into competition.
And Jeremy Mayfield did. His brother is the leader, Geoff Burton, but he's got company right on his bumper. The car number 12 did pick up some time on Jeremy Mayfield, so they were running right together on the racetrack.
And Jeremy Mayfield got a tough break as Ward Burton comes back on the racetrack. He dove under the 4-car Bobby Hamilton to put him a lap down. And the 22 car was there. He had to back off the gasoline. Now he has his momentum going, trying his best to catch Geoff Burton.
He was right on his bumper right after they came out of the pits. But
you're back.
You're
back. You're back.
Real easy.
I hit run an ad because I knew you'd be back in a little bit, and I wanted to run it before you got back.
The leader of the race, Geoff Burton, for the most part dominated this afternoon. And the final few laps of this race may be set up as a great battle.
My outro video is going to be Stella Swims the River. Love Valley, North Carolina horses, Jack. Love Valley Snow. And Love Valley Stallion puppy dogs. And it's only about 3 minutes of outro.
From its humble beginnings on the tracks of the Southeast, NASCAR racing has become the fastest growing sport in America. And this look back as NASCAR
and why is it growing? Because it has a great model that we all worked on for years to make it work. And they just wanted to change it.
Tracks in all of motorsports, known as the track Too Tough to Tame. It's infamous for taking its toll on drivers and equipment. For their efforts, competitors are rewarded with the Darlington Stripe. But this grand old track has also been the place for many of racing's milestones. The track track itself made history when it was built back in 1949. It was over 1
Oh,
mile
good,
in length,
good,
giving
good.
NASCAR its first
Awesome.
super speedway.
I used to
in
like
1950. Some
I said, I've been like
lined up for the green.
really
The great
pinched.
Fireball Roberts won the first convertible
That was
race
my
held here in
favorite driver ever.
1957. And it was here in the 1963 Southern 500 that Fireball claimed what was to be his final victory. A king was crowned at Darlington when the torch was passed from father to son in 67. Richard Petty
That's
notched
when
his
I
55th
became a Richard
victory,
Petty
eclipsing
fan,
the mark
when
set
we
by
lost
his father.
Fireball.
10 years later, it was time for a new generation of racers. Darrell Waltrip got his first ever win on a super speedway at Darlington.
It was in
1985, Awesome Bill from Dawsonville.
60,
Bill Elliott won the
69, I was
Winston
5
Million in the
years
Southern 500. And just last year, Jeff Gordon became the second driver to capture the Winston Million and the latest in a long line to add his name to the record books at Darlington.
Look at how the
And we'll continue with our
file
programming surrounding NASCAR's 50th anniversary right after the
They did
conclusion
such
of our
cool
race at
stuff.
4:30. NASCAR Racing Rivalry, some of the best battles for the championship and head-to-head competition. And speaking of head-to-head competition, looks like Jeff Burton and Jeremy Mayfield have a pretty good thing going here.
Mayfield has caught him. Remember a little bit ago, he's a little over a second behind, but he is right there with him now.
And I would guess that Jeremy Mayfield, Paul Andrews, everyone connected to that team is right now just praying, please, no caution flags. Because right now they've got about almost a 6-second lead on Dale Jarrett. And the last time Jeremy Mayfield's car seemed to run better on the worn tires than did Burton's car.
Jeremy Mayfield has never won a NASCAR Winston Cup race. He has never finished second. His best result was in the Daytona 500 in Atlanta. He finished third earlier this year.
Look at him now. He dives under Burton. This is for the lead. Coming off 4.
They have him here. Nope, drops in behind Jeff. So Burton hangs on to the lead, but Mayfield is giving him a heck of a battle. Jerry?
We told you Jeff Burton had complained of something funny on the car before that last pit stop. They were concerned about right rear tire wear. We've seen no significant wear all day long, but this tire here is the right rear that came off of the 99 car. That shiny area right there, that is where the cords were beginning to show. This tire was on the car for 61 laps. To make it all the way to the checkered flag, they will have to run these tires 66 laps. That's probably why Jeff Burton right now may be cooling it a little bit, not wanting to wear out that right rear tire.
Wow. All right. Well, they go to the inside of Michael Waltrip, and his hopes of finishing up front have gone away. He's now 2 laps down in 15th position, however.
Ricky Rudd watches as the battle for the lead. They've got Andretti in front. Here comes Jeremy. He may have him.
Mayfield indeed will lead the lap.
How about that?
It's the second time this afternoon that Jeremy has led. Third time, I beg your pardon. Third time he has led, and the total number of laps led 18.
And the other time that he led, he didn't make a pit stop. Everybody else did. He inherited the lead. This time he went up there and drove into the lead.
Yes, he did.
John Andretti goes a lap down in 11th spot. Now just 10 cars on the lead lap.
Jerry Punch showed us the tires on that 99 car. John, what about the 12 car? How did they look? Will they last at the end of the race?
Hey, Benny, no problem. Still plenty of tread left on all 4 tires that Jeremy Mayfield had. In fact, I talked to Paul Andrews. I asked him, you know, are you going to be able to go the rest of the way on these tires without slipping and sliding? Too bad it did. He smiled. He said, no problem. In fact, their car just seems after the initial drop-off, it just stays fairly consistent. Instead of a continuing drop-off, after the initial drop-off, the car just runs the same lap time. So they have hit it on the setup. And you guys said earlier, they got their fingers crossed. They do not want to see a caution. They want this race to end under green. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Jeremy's teammate, Rusty Wallace, right front tire off the Miller Ford. You can see the inside is worn away. Rusty had told his crew he was very, very loose. That was done in 65 laps. Rusty thinks he's going to be able to go the distance without any problems on the current set of tires because it's handling very, very well. We'll see.
He's in 7th place. We'll watch his hands to see. We can tell how well the car is handling.
the drivers are complaining about loose in and pushing coming off. That's exactly what it looked like watching Rusty Wallace's hands. It looks like going in the corner. He turns, and then he goes back to the right just a little bit to catch it back in. Now as he starts off the corner on the throttle, he's got to keep turning that wheel left.
Loose in, pushing off is classic over wedged. And it occurs more so as your fuel load goes out. It creates more wedge. So you tend to want to start under wedge. That way when the fuel goes out, it gets better. The car becomes more neutral.
Jeremy Mayfield's 1998 season.
That's about, I think, the only thing you can play with and fix. Uh-oh.
That's not what Mayfield wanted. Randy LaJoie spins off 4. Is there a caution?
A rope flap up, though.
Oh, man, don't you know those guys are just throwing things? No, they did not want to
Okay, we'll come in. We'll put us on 4 more tires.
Tough break for Jeremy Mayfield.
Here he is coming down to get the caution flag. Caution coming out on lap 250. Here's a replay of what happened up in turn number 4.
That's LaJoie right in front of it, right coming at you. I'm sorry, he's up higher. He's already wiggled. He's in the wall, and as he comes off the corner, he slides down the racetrack, now back up the racetrack, and look at Schrader go by on the outside.
And John Andretti couldn't see for a little bit, but he was getting slowed down and went by on the inside.
From LaJoie's on board.
Got a little bit too high, I believe. Maybe got his right wheels up in the loose stuff.
Turn 4, spin in turn 4.
There's some marbles up there at the top of the racetrack. It's what they call the small pieces of rubber that work off the tires, and I think he hit those and just lost it.
You know, we keep talking about the disadvantage on the back stretch pits. I don't think we're ever going to see a more classic example of exactly what we're talking about than right now, because Jeremy Mayfield is a leader, but he's pitting on the back stretch. Here comes Geoff Burton, the second place car. He's pitting on the front stretch. Here comes the next car. Would be Dale Jarrett. He's pitting on the front. Now, they can't pass the pace car. You see, as the pace cars continue, they have to slow enough. They cannot pass the pace car. But now, as they get to the line, they can. Now, there's a speed limit on pit road of probably 45 miles per hour. The pace cars now have sped up. It's probably running 55, 60 miles per hour as these guys come down pit road at 45 miles per hour. Jerry?
Indeed, Benny, it is 45 miles an hour, 99, 88, and 24. 2 Fords and a Chevrolet. They won't make an adjustment on the 99 car. They will go down on the track bar to tighten the car up. Let's go to Bill Weber on the Rusty Wallace.
Rusty's getting 4 tires. He said his car's very good. NASCAR warned every team about speeding on pit road. Back to the triple pits. Jerry.
Is out. So is the 99. So is the 88. But it'll be Burton and then Jarrett that way. 1-2 down pit road. As now here comes the 24 car behind the 2. Let's look at the back pits and John Kernan.
And Jeremy Mayfield, the leader, just pulls into his pit stall. It'll be a 4-tire change, no adjustments. They did not want to see this caution period. Here come the guys who were pitting on the front stretch. We'll have to see if they can come around and beat Jeremy out. They haven't gone by yet. However, here when they go right now is Burton and Jerry go by. Here comes Gordon. Now Jeremy Mayfield is down and away. 19-second stop. He said that last set of tires was the best set they had all day. Paul Andrews told him, hey, the set we're putting on right now is just as good as those.
I think he lost 4 positions by being back there, Ned.
It looks that way. It looked like 4 cars did come by before he got out onto the pits. That's really not that too bad. He made a good pit stop. But, boy, as you said, before they made the pit stop, that's a perfect example.
So the pit stops have been completed here. And now Jeremy Mayfield will have a bit of a disadvantage here. We'll see if he can move up through the traffic and get the lead once again. Back in a moment to Darlington. What a beautiful spring day has brought out a lot of race fans to Darlington Raceway to watch the Trans-South Financial 400. We're just about to go back to green here. The green will come out on lap 255. 200.
Martin also beat him out of the pits.
And came out sixth, and boy, that's a lot of track position to give up. He was leading the race.
Let's check out the pit stops. Jeremy went from first to sixth position. Burton, Geoff moved up one. Jarrett moved up one. Gordon up one. And Rusty Wallace up three.
Rusty's had some great pit stops today. Captain Rodney, Geoff Gordon.
The 18 car there in the middle of this pack is Bobby Labonte, and he is a lap down in 10th position. There we look back on Geoff Gordon, who's running third.
Just one of those times that they've adjusted on that 24 all day and got it mechanically right, got that balance right.
Just like Benny said that they had to do.
Ten cars on the lead lap. This was pretty common back then. I mean, I thought it was better racing to me with the pit strategy and everything. It was more interesting for us anyway as crew people, watching it all happen. I think that they did a pretty good job of covering pit strategy back in the day.
For the leader, Geoff Burton. Here comes a Napa field summary. Here are the points as of right now. Earnhardt, Gordon, and Elliott, third, fourth, and fifth in the point standings.
That's a point summary, not a field summary, rather a point summary, yes.
Where the points are right at the moment, where they're running.
Made that little run, but you can see he's dropping back. He must have heated his tires up when he got up there to Gordon. Gordon's still sticking right in there in third place. Well, look how high he goes in that thing. Seems to be working for him. There are your front four cars. Burton, Jarrett, Gordon, and Rusty Wallace.
Jarrett just ahead of Geoff is the guy who ruined Jeff's perfect string here. He has won the last 5 races with the exception of this race last year that Dale Jarrett won.
You wonder about Jeremy Mayfield. He's still in 6th place where he came out of the pits. Mark Martin is 5th. Jeremy is going to be 3.47 seconds behind the leader.
Rusty Wallace running that very, very low line. As a matter of fact, cuts right across the apron coming off that corner.
You wonder if that, of course, he might be having to do that because of the way that his car is, but you'd think that it might make the car push a little bit coming off of that corner and heat that right front tire up.
Here's Jeremy trying to close in on Mark Martin, who is running 5th. These guys about 3.5 seconds behind the leader into the Tabasco hot zone. Telemetry from Mark Martin.
And we can see down in turns 1 and 2, the car only goes down to about 145 miles per hour. And down in 1 and 2, we'll see that it slows down probably 10, 15 miles per hour, more than that. 180 miles per hour down in turn 3. And he slows 130, 129 miles per hour. Jeremy, that high line gets a great run off the corner. Here he goes.
Boy, he diamond off the corner, went high, dived down low, and he takes the spot from Mark Martin.
And Mark knew it and just didn't fight him, didn't have any choice but just to let it go right off.
Now, last lap by Jeremy Mayfield, over 4 seconds behind the leader. Once again, down 126, 127 miles per hour in turns 3 and 4. That's
the small end of the egg. If you wonder why it's so much slower in that corner than up in 1 and 2. And if you're confused with just what I said, this is an egg-shaped oval that we've talked about so many times.
People send him home. What's he talking about? He's talking about food again. I want to have some bacon.
Built that way on purpose.
Yep.
So they could dodge that fish pond down off the side of 3 and 4.
All right, up front, Dale Jarrett now within about 4 or 5 car lengths of Burton.
Well, his last lap was 161.1. Burton's 160.3. They're pulling away from Jeff Gordon now.
There's the third place car, DuPont Chevrolet of Jeff Gordon. A little bit more on turn 4 than the 99 car.
27 laps to go.
That time by, the first 2 cars are almost identical speeds.
Second, fourth, fifth, and sixth. How are the Chevys doing in comparison? Jeff Gordon has third. Terry Labonte is 8th. 12th. Marlin 16th and Schrader 18th.
Jeff, Dale Jarrett is there. Here he comes on the bottom. And get traction, no.
Just couldn't quite get the traction he needed coming off the turn. Coming off of that corner and back in to get out and under. If you don't believe it, ask Geoff Bodine a little bit earlier in the race.
Boy, the attrition here has not been bad today. Just 3 cars shown out of the race. Geoff Bodine, Greg Sachs, and Rick Mast. Everybody else still out there running.
Now, Jeff Gordon, when they made it, Jarrett got it beside of Burton on that last lap. Gordon was able to close in on him. He's not that far back now. He was over a second behind. Now he's only about 2/3 of a second behind.
Just watching what's going on ahead of him between Jarrett and Burton.
Last lap by, the front 2 cars a little over 158 miles per hour. Jeff Gordon over 159 miles per hour. So right now it looks like Jeff Burton is slowing down. He's holding Dale Jarrett up. But here comes Jarrett. He's not going to hold him up long. Jarrett's got to run. He's got the spot.
Should get him going into turn 1. Preferred line.
Dale Jarrett takes the lead here on lap 271. But Jeff Burton battles him back and retakes it in 2.
And here comes Dale Jarrett back on 4.
But look at Gordon. Here's Gordon right back in there.
A great car battle for the lead.
Jarrett Burton goes up again. Jarrett looks again on the inside. This time Burton's got a better run off the corner.
And Jeff hangs on to the lead. Wow, good racing.
Burton pulled that old Earnhardt trick. And Jarrett went in the turn after he took the lead, went in high. And Burton was able to get down low and get right under him. And Jeff Gordon just sitting there looking, hey, you guys going to race that way? I want to keep that action. And actually, Rusty Wallace is catching them now that they're doing that racing up there.
Well, the last lap by, those guys ran 154 miles per hour. Jeremy Mayfield, 159 miles per hour.
Jeremy is back in 5th.
6 seconds behind the last time around.
Tell you what, as long as these guys race like this, Jeremy might catch them.
They could do it.
9 cars on the lead lap now. Still Kenny Wallace on the lead lap. I like to think Dad had something to do with it. I know Dad was helping Nuke all in 9, like from Bristol 97 into part of 98, where he said he had been to Vegas with Nuke and flew with Phil Martacci. He said quite often he flew with Phil. They enjoyed chatting. And Newt would call up Dad on occasion to come work at the track, but sometimes Dad would just go and, hang out.
Anyway, but certainly that racing going on Here's
with
where
Birdie or
Birdie's
whatever.
coming off the turn 4.
Less than 20 laps to go now. It could be any one of those three, or it could be Rusty Wallace.
Especially if it was like Darlington, because it was so close to North Carolina. You know? It was like 2.5 hours at the most.
Closing laps of the Trans-South Financial 400 here at Darlington. We have a new leader and a new second place car. Dale Jarrett has gone to the lead. Jeff Gordon has gone to second. And Jeff Burton is dropping back now a little bit. He's over a second behind. This is how Jarrett got the lead from Jeff.
This is down between 3 and 4. And all of a sudden the 99 car just for some reason gets a little bit loose. When he does, he has to squeeze off the accelerator. And Jarrett dives to the inside. And here comes Jeff Gordon. And both those guys were able to get by.
And they pulled away. Burton has dropped back 1 7/10 seconds behind Jarrett.
Here's the Pennzoil copter cam shot. You can see Burton loose and giving up the lead to Dale Jarrett. And second place to Jeff Gordon.
He was skating up when...
We got 12 laps to go.
You'll see the 18 car down on the bottom of the racetrack. Jerry Punch during the break told us that the engine is going sour on that car, and they're trying desperately to finish.
Here's Rusty Wallace, who's running fourth. About 3 seconds behind Dale Jarrett. And there is Jeremy Mayfield, who is fifth. Almost 5 seconds behind.
For a little bit, he closed it down to a little over 3 seconds behind Bob. It must have gotten some traffic and has dropped back to a little over 5 seconds now.
In any case, a great run for
I've
Jeremy
been so
Mayfield
stinking
today.
busy. I haven't even checked my
25
Fitbit stats. No joke.
Mark
It's been
Martin
awful.
is the driver who is running in 6th position at the moment, about 9.5 seconds
I'm quite sure
behind.
I probably met my goals.
And his
I haven't had a
teammate
moment.
Johnny Benson is running 7th.
The only time I've been sitting
Mark
still
has
is
been among the 6 leaders today.
when I'm on the camera or talking.
So that's 7th and 8th.
Talking on my desk. Hi, Stelly. You waking up? It's my little family waking up.
He's trying to run in a nice spot. And here goes Labate.
Yep. Taking the spot away
Where
from
you going
Johnny
home?
Benson.
To Jeanette's house.
So put him in the 7th spot. And here is the last car on the lead lap. And boy, salute to Kenny Wallace, who's
I'll go live on Friday from Jeanette.
14 seconds behind, but he has stayed in the lead lap and just had a good run.
Yeah, totally. I thought about that too.
Dale Earnhardt running in 11th spot. Behind Kenny Wallace, he's a lap down.
now back up to the leaders. There is Jarrett. Last year, Jarrett won this race, finished 3rd in the Southern 500.
My stats today so far.
Finished 4th in this race last year and
Yesterday.
2nd in the Southern 500, which of course was won by Jeff Gordon.
Jarrett has started putting a little distance on Jeff Gordon.
Except the last lap, then Gordon picked up about a 1/10 of a second on him. Jarrett was 300s. This time he was 8 300s. Now they're coming in on some traffic. See how that plays into it.
Brett Bodine, Jarrett but he caught him in the corner. That's here at Darlington. That's just a tough place to catch him.
Yeah, but Gordon's going to catch him in this next corner, which is a long corner.
Check the speeds at the line. Gordon fastest so far. Mayfield 3rd quick.
The 11 car got out of the way. No problem for Jeff Gordon. The 4 car gets out of the way to go into the corner. No problem there either. They got some other cars that they're going to catch before this race is over. About 4 other cars up there in front of them. Gordon, I believe, has picked up a little bit more. Yeah, he's down to 51/100ths of a second now. He's picked up 3/10 in the last couple of laps.
And we have less than 6 laps to go.
6 to go.
Mayfield was the fastest that lap. With Labonte
That would be something that would be really cool, like to walk on a treadmill while I'm doing this.
Now as they come off of turn 4.
Jeff Gordon goes high down in 3 and 4, right up against that wall.
When I
It's working for him. He gets a good run off of that corner.
get settled at our new location, I'll be able to maybe sync up my earbuds and stuff. Right now I'm on a tethered. I've got earphones that I can recharge and, you know, Bluetooth and all that, but I didn't bother messing with all of that before I go.
Five laps down to the field in 31st position. And here's Rusty Wallace passing Jeff Burton. So Rusty goes to third. Boy, that helps his points lead. Every position
Old
he can
folks,
pick up.
we don't know this computer stuff too well.
On that last pit stop that Jeff Burton and those guys made a chassis adjustment.
We just know old racing stories. Like I said earlier, my friend was J.D. Gibbs. We were watching the Busch race of this Darlington weekend, and J.D. Gibbs' assistant was Lori, and I knew her because of, like, we're in the same area and everything, and we would drive to the tracks together. And she had a cat named Mario Lemieux because she liked hockey. But she was from Baja, California, like the Baja Racing, SCCA, in the Baja dunes and all that, buggies and all. She was from that kind of racing. So that's something you won't hear. So 2 to go.
2 to go in the Trans-South Financial 400. And there's the interval between first and second. A lot more breathing room for Dale Jarrett this lap than
Boy,
last lap.
Jarrett is really kicking butt. If you could, Jarrett or Gordon here for a while in this stretch of the racing. Like, this is like the first quarter of the season in '98. The first Darlington race. My dad will be with Fidoa by the Talladega race, he told me. He texted that to me this week. In fact, I gotta call them when I get off the phone here. I mean, off the stream. It's like a phone when I don't have my camera on, isn't it? Oh, God, don't. Yeah.
Jarrett records his 16th career win and 14th on a super speedway. It's his second consecutive victory in this race and his third consecutive top 5 here at the track. Too tough to tame. And Dale Jarrett also records the second Ford win of 1998. We'll be back to talk with him in a moment. The winner of the Trans-South Financial 400 for 1998 is Dale Jarrett. Here's our McDonald's Winner's Circle interview, Dr. Jerry Punch.
And DJ here with the family, Natalie, Carson, that's Zachary, his son, and Kelly's already come in and give him a big kiss. DJ, as you give the family a big hug, your congratulations on a great effort.
Thanks, Jerry. Crew did a terrific job. I got to thank the sponsors, Ford Quality Care, Ford Credit, Coca-Cola, Fleetwood RVs, everybody that's put all of this together. We certainly appreciate their help and their efforts. I want to thank God for a safe race and for the abilities he gives this race team.
Last few laps, DJ, the 24 car kept getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah, I wore my tires pretty good trying to get by Jeff Burton, and I thought if I could distance myself with Jeff in between Jeff Gordon and that'd be okay. But Gordon got by, and I used up a lot of car trying to get by the 99, and it was good fun racing. But you know, Gordon got under me coming out of 4 here, and we got together a little bit. I pretty much ran him out of racing room or out of racetrack, and you know, he just raced hard, and congratulate those guys for a good run too.
You won the halfway money, and I heard you and Robert Yates talking about you're going to make a donation.
Yeah, we sure are. You know, one of the guys that helped put this sport where it is, they got it started. Tim Flock is not doing very well right now, and Darrell Waltrip had his car painted in memory of Tim Flock today, and we're in honor of him, and we're going to take the $10,000 that we won at halfway and give that to Tim Flock and his family, because all all of you out there, if you've got any extra cash, this is a person that means a lot to this sport, means a lot to all of us around here, and if you could send a donation to him, we'd appreciate it.
Well said. A great tribute to a great man, and what a victory celebration. It is Natalie, his daughter's birthday, I think, yesterday, as he holds the family, Natalie, Carson, Kelly, and gives another big kiss to Dale Jarrett, the winner of the 42nd Annual Trans-South Financial 400. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, it has been a leisurely and very enjoyable walk down pit road for Todd Parrott. You successfully defended at Darlington.
That's pretty awesome, and to do it in the style we did it, you know, we had great pit stops all day, and then there toward the end we had one pit stop that got us behind, and then it went green. The guys dug deep, and that last pit stop come out behind the 99 car. Awesome driver, Dale Jarrett, never give up all day, and them Rainbow Warriors, they kept digging all day long, kept that Chevrolet in contention, and finished right on our heels. So real happy. This is the oldest race car we have in our shop. It's the one that finished second at Rockingham every time in that last 2 years, and Davey Allison drove his car, so it's a pretty special win here.
Go enjoy Victory Lane.
Thank you.
Dale Jarrett drove it today to Victory Lane, successfully defending at Darlington. An emotional and exciting win for Robert Yates Racing.
It wasn't as an impressive win as it was a year ago. He led 171 laps last year, led 68 this year, but Jarrett has won once again. Lots more coming up from Darlington's.
All right, well, I'm going to stop that there. That can be found if you want to see more on that. It's on Michael McIntyre's website. I'll give him a thumbs up so I get more of those videos. And I'm going to click that off. And I'm going to raid out. While I'm raiding out, I'll show you some videos of the area I'm going back to. This is the mill where we would go swimming on hot days. And these are some neighbors from the campground area too. But this is my Stella puppy. How she will get to go back and do this stuff again. And I'll see y'all soon. Thank you. Mama's getting nervous. That's me filming her.
Good job! Come on, baby girl. Good job. That was a big swim.
This is my buddy Jack. I hope to get to see. I used to be in charge of feeding him. My buddy. My backyard, where I'll be. And my pup. I'll see y'all later. Thank you.
You might not be able to get a new car with your tax refund, but you can make your car feel like it's brand new. All it needs is a great paint job. Come into Mako today